Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Good afternoon. Sorry, guys, I got a message. Hold on. Hi, baddies. Guys, thank you for the subs. Welcome in. Hello, hello. How are we? Good afternoon. Hi, friends. Hello, hello. I'm having a day today, but we're going to have a good time anyways. I feel it. I feel it. Sia and Ali, guys, thank you for the subs. How are you? Welcome, welcome in. It's good to see you guys. I hope you guys are having a good day. We're going to do some Fortnite today, I think. I think today we're going to do some Fortnite. I wanted to like take a day from, we're going to do more Tomodachi Life, I think tomorrow. But I wanted to do Fortnite today and then Tomodachi Life tomorrow, just to like have a day in between the two. But welcome on in. I hope you guys are doing well. I've had a day today. I'm not gonna lie to you, baddies. It's been a good day. Well, actually, it's been an interesting day. It's been an interesting day, in a lot of different ways. Hi, Charby. How are you? It's good to see you. I'm waiting on some medical tests today, to be honest with you guys. So I'm waiting on that. Hi, Doken. How are you? Yes, I'm like in the midst of a couple of things. Hope it goes okay. Thank you. I think it's fine. I just had some high levels of a specific thing that issues possible kidney infections. So I'm just waiting. I'm waiting to hear back from my doctor today. So I had that this morning. So I've been kind of like a little on edge from that. Oh my God, are you pregnant? Yes, I am pregnant. I am pregnant. The wedding game is the worst. Yeah, I don't think it's anything serious, but you know, it's something new that popped up. Can I have the baby? Immaculate conception. Immaculate conception. No, it's called creatinine or something. I had a very high level of that. So I'm waiting for my doctor to get back on me on that and seeing, but I had my blood work done this morning because I had to go to the doctor. So I'm just waiting to get more info on that because they have not contacted me yet. So I'm waiting to see on that side of things. But otherwise, I'm doing all right. I hope you guys are doing good. I'm a little tired today. I'm not gonna lie to you. I loved yesterday's stream. I had a blast, but I'm a little tired today. Because I had to wake up. I didn't realize that my appointment was at 8 a.m. this morning. And I always think when I schedule an appointment at 8 a.m., I'm like, oh my God, yeah, that's fine. Because I like wake up at 8 o'clock usually. But I always forget that I have to like get ready for an hour prior to me like going. So I had to get up at like 6:30 this morning. So I'm a little like, hello? Hello? A little alive. So we're just here. Hi, Jimmy. How are you? And then I'm also just a little tired today a little bit. Why are you up so early? Yeah, I was up very early for my appointment this morning. I was not planning to be up that early. I was like, damn, it's 8 a.m. Yeah, usually I'm like rolling out of bed at 9 o'clock. It takes me an hour to get ready. Guys, I don't know why. Maybe I'm crazy. It takes me at least an hour to get ready. Am I the only, is that wild? I don't know. Maybe that's shocking. Every person I talk to is like, you take an hour to get ready, but I've tried to go faster and I can't get ready any faster than I do. Like any faster than I do normally. It takes time. I don't know. Like 15 minutes. I shower. That's the thing is I shower every morning. I know. I hope you've been doing good, Jimmy. It's good to see you. I do shower every morning. So like part of that is showering. Because you're freaking it. That's right, baby. That's right. 30 minutes for a shower, 30 minutes for everything after makes sense. Yeah. I mean, like, you know, sometimes I'm on the toilet, girl. IBS in the morning. So, like, that's like at least 10 minutes to start, you know? And then I'm like, shaving. I got to shave every day. I brush my teeth. I take my meds. I take a shower. I get out of the shower. I get dressed. I do my hair, put on deodorant and all that good stuff. And then I'm done. So like at the end of the day, it's like at least a solid hour. I don't know. For me, do you floss? Well, yes, I'm not crazy. I mean, I include floss in that. I normally floss at nighttime more than I do in the morning though, because I can take more time with my flossing. Because I usually just brush my teeth and floss at nighttime. I know I should floss twice a day, but I really only floss once a day. Okay, there, you got me there. If I'm showering before I take an eternity to get ready, TBH, yeah, I always shower. I have to shower in the morning. I will never be a nighttime showerer. I mean, I do sometimes shower at nighttime, but I am a morning showerer always. always. Like I have to be. Um, I don't feel like I'm ready to start my day unless I have taken a shower. Like I don't. I feel dirty every time. Even if I shower the night before, I have to take a shower in the morning because I just feel like I'm not. I feel like it's like the process of starting a new day is like taking a shower. Not yet, Hector. We just started like 10 minutes ago, so not yet. I can't go to bed dirty always night. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. And then I'm also a little emotionally, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I'm a little emotionally tired. I usually am fine with dealing with hate, but I have been getting from the stupid heated rivalry post, guys, like so many death threats this week. Like an insane amount, like a literal insane amount that it's like actually kind of exhausting me a little bit. Like I can't keep up with it. Like it's so many. I'm at this point, I'm like this close. I don't want to delete the post because then I feel like it's giving in. But at this point, I'm like, I cannot, like, usually it does not bother me. Usually I don't care. I get a lot of hate comments every week, but like, it's like I am getting like threats on threats on threats all day, every day for the past week. And I think it's affecting my other content because people keep reporting my post. I keep getting notified that people are reporting my post and saying it's like harmful. And I'm like, I'm over fictional gay people and I'm gay. Like I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, it's just like it's like an inordinate amount of hate. Like it's actually crazy. Like it's actually crazy. I'm like, this is wild. I've had like, again, we're now up to 600 people who have unfollowed me from that one post or blocked. I've had several accounts block me. I'm like, guys, I just said that I don't like heated rivalry. That's it. That's like all I said. I'm like, it ain't that big of a deal. I promise you. Yes, we're up to between all the platforms. It's 600 or so about that, maybe a little less, but around 600 people, around that. I mean, I will say I should have expected this to happen because my audience is 90% women, but I didn't expect it to be this crazy, this amount. I'm like, girl, so I'm a little like emotionally tired from that, I think. Because I'm just getting like, it's like I feel like I'm back in the Animal Crossing era a little bit. Like it's insane. Like I'm just like, and again, I don't mind hate. Like I get hate every day. It doesn't bother me. But it's the fact that people are just like over this and are like sending me death threats over it. Like it's crazy. I'm like, okay. So anyways, I'm getting at least like 25 DMs a day about it. And then so many comments that I'm like, because the video just keeps recirculating. It like doesn't settle. So it's like recirculating. And then people are going and reporting my other posts as well. Cause I keep getting notified that people are reporting my posts online. And I'm like, this is crazy. Like I just said that I didn't like heated rivalry. Like it's not that big of a deal. I promise. I promise you, it is not that big of a deal. Are you reporting the threats? I mean, most of them are just like, your opinion's trash. You're a terrible person. You don't represent the community. And it's white women telling me this. So I'm like, girl, you don't represent the community. Get out of my DMs. You're not even in the community. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, you're not even in the community. Are you deleting them? I'm deleting some comments. I am. There's been a couple people who are like harassing me now across, and I've blocked a couple of people. Like I've had some people like actually harassing me, so I've been deleting some comments, but it's crazy. And like I get it, like whatever you can have, but like this is something we are allowed to have a difference of opinion on. You know what I mean? Like this is something we can have a difference of opinion on. Like it's not that big of a deal. You know? But I'm like, oh my God. And it just doesn't stop. So anyways, I've just had like tons and tons of threats on every platform. So I'm like, okay. So it's just been a little tiring there. We should delete comments that aren't helpful. Yeah, I mean, I've been deleting some. But also it does help push my stuff out. Do you think because you're gay, you have to like a rivalry? Yes. Yes. Can I just say, I just don't like the show. Yeah, I wish they would be outraged over, you know, going to the voting booth about this shit. Like, I wish they would actually, like, you know, but instead they're in my comments, you know. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, it's not that big of a deal. Trust me. But the show's boring. Yeah, and like people like DM me being, because people found out that obviously somebody sent me a DM with like my address and was like, I don't have the time to find your address, but your community is crazy for defending you over this. And I'm like, it's not that hot of a take. I said I don't bottom after eating a fucking tuna melt. My God. I'm like, I said I don't bottom after eating a tuna melt. It really is not that big of a take, people. Like, it's crazy. I'm like, hello. It's the bean soup theory, I think. What does they call it? Is it bean soup? Is it bean? What is it called? Whatever it's called. So I'm like, yeah, the bean soup theory. Hello, Bessies. Hi, Renee. How are you? Oh my God. And I guess my blood sugar's dipping. I just ate food. Okay. Tea. I might have to grab something to eat here in a second. What if I don't like beans? Exactly. I'm like, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah. I mean, like, listen, we're all crazy here, but I'm just like, hello. So I don't even know what bottom means. That's okay. That's all right. That's all right, girl. That's okay. You don't have to know. That's okay. I might go grab my lunch and eat that before we even start on TikTok, because I might need to have a little foodie before we get going. But yeah, anyway, so I've just been like going through it a little bit there. Again, usually it doesn't bother me, but the problem is it's also affecting my other content now, because I'm getting flagged. Like, people are reporting my content, so like our content that normally does well is not doing good because these people keep reporting my other content over it. Because they're like, people are just constantly reporting every video I post. So I'm like, okay, great. Like, my videos are not even getting over 1,000 views right now because people keep reporting my videos because of this heated rivalry one. Like, it's quite literally insane. It's quite literally insane. It's crazy. It's actually crazy to me. I'm like, okay. So anyways, I've been dealing with that. So I'm a little like emotionally drained, I think, from that. Which, again, normally I don't care, but for some reason I don't know. I think it's just the sheer amount of volume I haven't had before, that it's like, and usually it's like teenage boys who are being shit with me, but it's like adult women who have children who are at me right now. And I'm like, okay, you know. Yeah. I just am like, ooh, girl. So anyways, I have that going on, but it's okay. We continue on. Yeah, I think it's just like, it's also annoying because it's affecting other things. If it was just its own thing, I'd be like, whatever. But the fact that it's now affecting all of my other content that we're posting is the problem too. Like, the fact that it's affecting my account is the problem. I'm very close to just deleting the post, because at this point I feel like it's not worth it to keep it up if I'm going to continue to have people reporting me for it. You know what I mean? I feel like it's not worth it to have it up, but I had a conversation with the Ready for Rivalry. Really? Yeah, she had much control of the show. Yeah, I mean, like, my thing is, I don't think the show is bad. My real hot take is the show's whatever. It's a show. Whatever. But it's the fetishizing that's happening after the fact on TikTok that's going like beyond normal. That's my real hot take over it, you know? Yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's weird to me. It's weird to me. It's just weird to me. I'm just like, okay. And like, you know, some queer people are like, you don't represent all the queer representation. And I'm like, I didn't say this. That's why I said it's a hot take. I'm like, I literally said it's a hot take for a reason. Like, did I say that I was the person who like again, you can disagree with my opinion on this. It's okay. Like, you don't have to have the same thought process on it. It's not even, that's the thing. It's not even that hot of a take. Like, it's not even. Happens all the time. It's just, yeah. I mean, this is, and listen, I know we have some Swifties in the chat. This is also what happened when I brought up Taylor Swift. Like, it's anytime that I bring up anything that has a very dedicated fandom, it's like, you have to be so careful, I guess. You misstep once and it's like, my ears just perked up, you know? And it's like, you know, but I still love you. It's okay. Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know, these are things we are allowed to have opinions on, you know, but I just wish people wouldn't send me death threats over it, you know? But I ain't gonna be pissed off you threatening if you just like, yeah, it's like, if I said it, listen, I love, you know, I love tuna subs from Subway, but I'm not going to get mad if you guys are like, that's disgusting. I hate it. Like, it's fine. It's fine. You know what I mean? Like, exactly, Trisha. Tilin, thank you. Like, it's fine. I promise it's okay if we don't like those things. It's one thing if you don't like, you know, human rights and you're going crazy about human rights, but do you like Big Brother? I do, Age. I do. Like, I hate it when I or someone else gives out reasonable suggestions for opinions and they get dogged. Yeah. And again, it's not even that like it's fine if you disagree with me and you disagree with me in the comments, but the thing is, people are so aggressive. And then they're in my DMs being aggressive. You know what I mean? It's like, it's okay if you disagree with me on this. That's all right. Like, if you love the show and you think it's great representation, I'm happy for you. That's wonderful. Enjoy it. Great. But I know from my lived experience how fetishized it is based off of the comments I get every day asking, have you seen Heated Rivalry yet? You know what I mean? Like, I get it, you know? It's like, I don't know. Baddies, I'm going to have to grab something to eat because my blood sugar, I don't know why it's going low, but it's dropping low. So I'm going to have to go grab something to eat real quick. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I have a wrap that I'm going to eat for lunch, but I need to now grab that real fast. So give me 2 seconds because I guess I'm having a low blood sugar day too. Girl, what's going on? Be right back. Be right back. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna have to eat on stream. Sorry, baddies. Sorry, baddies. It's been a weird day today. Weird day. So it looks like you, Jay. Thank you. It's been a weird day. I have a buffalo chicken wrap that I picked up in between my doctor's appointments this morning. A little spicy, but it's good. Mukbang. Mukbang to start the stream. Oh, so you're not going to share? I want to know. I just don't like Taylor Swift. That's my take. I just don't like her. That's fine. It's really not that big of a take, I promise. Yeah. I just don't see look like Tyler Oakley. Agreed. Wait, that emote's so funny, Aaron. I did not bring enough for the class. So wait, cheese stick wrapped in ham. Ooh. Somebody requested with their commands to do a Tyler Oakley count. I just have to make it still. So we will have that. I know, right? No, it's fine. I think it's fine. And honestly, 2/3 of the comments actually agree with me. But it's just the haters like push through very strongly on it, you know? You know what I mean? Yeah, I got it. It's not that serious. Noted. And that's the thing is like, guys, it's okay. These are things we can have takes on. You know what I mean? Like, these are okay. It's all right to have different takes on these things. And then I also watched this morning. It didn't make me sad. It actually made me like be more introspective, I think, a little bit. I watched the Broski Report this morning. Just while I was getting ready and on my way of things. I don't know if you guys watched the Broski Report. It's Brittany Broski's podcast. And her taking a break. And it very much, I feel like it very much emphasized that new episode made me think of you. Yeah, I had like a very emotional morning because I was like, wow, this is, I feel like it's very mirroring what I have been feeling, you know, because we've talked about this before. Yeah, it resonated with me very hardly. Does she have controversy? What's it on? It's just a YouTube. It's a YouTube podcast. It's a YouTube podcast. I don't even know what her controversy. I feel like everybody has controversy. I guess I have controversy now because of my Heated Rivalry take. You know what I mean? Is that my cancellation controversy? Is that it, guys? Thank you, nothing. Yeah, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, I don't know. Now those wait, that's crazy, Mallard. Oh, her not speaking about Palestine. Yeah. Oh yeah. I remember that. Bessie finally got in contact with health insurance, got an emergency expedited, and finally got a doctor. Oh, that's so good. I'm so sorry that took so long. Yeah, there are some things like, do I wish she obviously spoke up about it and did things? Yes. Do I also think on the same tune, there are a lot of times where online communities very much try and push people to speak on things that they don't necessarily always have to. Do I think there's something they should speak on? Yes, absolutely. Let me make that very clear. But also at the same token, I do think she ended up speaking up about it. But people were mad because it was after her getting like heat for it, I think, was the tea, if I remember correctly, or something. I think. I don't know the full controversy. All I know is I watch her podcast because I like her podcast, I guess. I like her podcast. So, you know. But yeah, that's the thing is too, is I think a lot of times what ends up happening is I think this is true on a lot, not just on political things, but I think in general, people expect when some news happens or something happens, it could be anything. It has nothing, it might not even be to do with politics. It could be an opinion on, happens in my chat all the time. When something new comes up, right? Whether it's, or something that's in the mainstream media, somebody died, something like this happened. There was controversy with this celeb. There's stuff going on politically. They want people to react in the moment because everything is so in the moment. And I think, honestly, people need to react and do things, absolutely, and speak up on issues. But also, I don't want people to speak up if they're not educated on the issues. And I feel like a lot of times people are just like, you need to give your thought immediately. And it's like, actually, let people like learn about the issue so that they can speak on it properly, so make sure that other people are not being idiots and informing things people. Because the other issue is there are so many impressionable people on the internet that, like, even when I say something and I have, what, 200 viewers, 400 viewers, people will literally take that to their grit. And I'm like, you got to be able to like digest things. That's why I hate when people come into my chat and are like, did you see so-and-so died? What do you think about it? I'm like, okay, girl, they died 20 minutes ago. I don't know. Let me like have the stream and then I'll come back to you on how I feel about their death, you know? I'm like, I'm learning this news as you're telling me it. You know what I mean? Sorry, guys. I had to send a message out real quick. Sorry, I got a message that came through. I had to send a response to. Anyways, wasn't it called Weekly Digest for that reason? Wait, what is Weekly Digest? Let us digest. I have no idea. Anyways, the Broski report. It was very good. And she talked because she's taking a break for the summer, basically. And it was like, it was really, I don't know. It resonated with, I might play the video or the clip very specifically. And see, I don't know. It resonated with me a lot. And I was like, wow. Sorry, 1 second, guys. I got an important message I gotta respond to. 2 seconds, guys. You guys know I can't focus on more than one thing at a time. Hold on, girls. Yeah, I gotta, you know how it is. My brain can only focus on one thing at a time. As I was saying, she's taking a break for a lot of times, and she just had a very good take. And I feel like something I resonate a lot with her, like putting herself into her content and sometimes feeling like it's just not that I don't know. It's hard to describe her take. It's the stuff that I've been saying for a very, very long time. And so I very much was like, yeah, this is exactly how I've been feeling. So anyways, I watched that this morning and that kind of like sat with me emotionally a little bit too. So I've had an emotional morning and a little bit of a roller coaster of a morning. I think all that to add up to what I was getting to for the day. So That was my morning. Yeah. And now I'm having low blood sugar, so my brain is like, thank you guys. It's okay. I'm listen, I don't think the issue is, it's fine. But, you know, it's just been an interesting day. Sorry guys, I'm getting this message like it's every time I start streaming, y'all. Okay, hold on one second. Okay. Anyways, back to what we were saying. Back to where we are. My blood sugar's going up, which is good. Sending all the love. Thank you guys. Yeah, and so I'm just waiting to find out about this kidney shit too, because I'm like, oh, that's new. That's fun. Whatever that means. Whatever that means, I don't quite know. But I'm waiting to hear back on that. So anyways, that's my morning. That's my afternoon. That's the day. And I'm a little tired because I had to wake up fucking early. I had to get up at 6 o'clock this morning, and I can't do 6 a.m. I can't do 6 a.m. Ooh, girl, 6 a.m. is too early for this ass. You know, I'm like now these days, I'm a 9 a.m. riser, and it's perfect. 9 o'clock for me, perfect, actually. Like, I've been very comfortable getting up at 9, feeling refreshed, feeling alive. This morning I had to get up at 6, and it has like thrown me. I'm like I had coffee already today. And I'm like, oh girl. I'm like, oh girl. She's struggle busing, but it's okay. It happens, I feel like. So that was I just hate, it's my own fault. I let them schedule my appointment for me. I always do this thing where I leave the doctors and they'll be like, do you want us to schedule the appointment and give you a call when we have something? And I'm like, yeah. And so I always let them schedule it. And they're like, we scheduled you, you know, this was like 2 months ago. They're like, we scheduled you for, you know, April 23rd at 8 a.m. Does that work? And I'm like, of course that works. Because at the time I'm like, yeah, 8 a.m., nothing. Dumbass. I wake up at 4 even on my days off. What time do you go to bed? You got to go to bed early, right? You got to be an early sleeper. You up at 5:45 for your in-office days and it's rough. Ooh. Yeah, no. No. My girl's whole family is saying they slept over the weekend. Yeah, I'm like, that's crazy. What time do you go to bed? I mean, I go to bed between now. You guys know, before, like, a couple months ago, it was what? Like 2 or 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. Now I'm like 1 a.m. Very consistently 1 a.m. I am asleep, which I feel like is pretty good from what it used to be. Like consistently 1 a.m. every day, usually asleep at that time. Yeah, at 9 a.m. wake up. So I feel like that's like a, you know what I mean? That gives me like what? That's like 7 hours, 7-ish plus. Sometimes I wake up at like 8:30, depending on the days. When the toddler's down, I'm down. See, Ash, that's crazy. Sometimes I'm like, ooh, I wish. Sometimes I wish that, but also I feel like it's also different for me because I also stream till 7 o'clock. So like, I think if I streamed and ended a lot earlier, like if I got done streaming at like 4 o'clock, for example, or at like 5 o'clock, which is, I guess, when people, you know, most folks are off work, I do think I'd probably go to sleep earlier. You know what I mean? I don't think I'd stay up as late as I do, but I think it's because I get done at 7. I don't really eat dinner usually till like 8 o'clock because I get done at 7 o'clock. You know what I mean? It's like that. Everything's just a little delayed for me in terms of the routine of shit, you know. 2:45 a.m. I woke up for. Okay, so you got an hour of sleep. That's crazy, Kenzie. That's crazy. But this time I woke up at the time you had to work. Ooh. But that's what. But when you work from home, when I used to have to work from home, I would literally roll out of bed. Doken, thank you for the resub with Prime for 2 months. I appreciate you, Batty. Thank you. Thank you. When I used to work from home and I would have to I worked like an office job for a little while. I would like roll out of bed and like I'd have my laptop next to me and I just open the laptop and then I would go get ready for the day when I started work. And that was like peak COVID when everybody was doing that. I feel like it's probably different now than what it used to be working from home. But when I worked from home, it was like everybody was still figuring it out. So nobody really was doing anything anyways. And so I did a lot of that. Majota as well with the sub. Thank you. Almost starting a hype train, y'all. You guys are baddies this afternoon. Thank you so much, guys. And we're just 60 points away from the plus point, so thank you, guys. I really appreciate that. Slay subs. But yeah, I was so I feel like yeah, that's how it kind of was for me. Oh yeah, my first hour is me working out and jiggling my mouse periodically. Yeah, yeah. Doing makeup with my camera off when I have meetings for 8 a.m. Yeah. I feel like I did the same. I did like no work when I worked. I'll be real. I probably did like, but that's the thing is, and this is what I've always said. I always have felt like when I worked in an office, when I used to work in an office and do like when I was not doing theater and I worked in an office as like one of my side gigs or whatever. I would always get my work done so fast. And then I'd be like, what do I have to do for the rest of the day? And my bosses would be like, slow down. You don't need to work as fast as you do. And I'm like, can I just go home then? Like, if I get all my shit done, why do I have to sit here for 6 more hours? I was like, this is stupid. I was like, capitalism is dumb. This is stupid. I was like, this is stupid. I was like, I don't like this. I'm like, I got my work done. Like, what am I going to do for the rest of the day? Yeah, exactly, right? It's like, that's why you have time. Yeah, that's why some of you guys are like, actually, I could be in your stream because I already got my work done for the day. But like, you're getting your work done, so it's like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I always felt that was weird to me. Has changed my life. Our team doesn't micromanage. That's good, though, Lauren. I mean, that's good. That's what you kind of hope for, right? I had bosses who would go to lunch for like 3 hours. You know what I mean? Between work. Yeah. It's just like, I don't know. I would get there. I'm also at my like peak activity, brain activity in the morning, like right when I start working for the day. Later on is when I crash out, as you guys know. And so like I would get all my work done for the day within like the first 3 hours of the day, like 9, like I'd be done by like 11:30 noon. And I'd be like, okay, I'm done for the day, but I have to wait now till 5 o'clock. Like I take and they would only give us a half-hour lunch. So I get a half-hour lunch. And then I'd sit there at my desk and be like, okay, I have till 5. I guess I'll just twiddle my fucking thumbs. And this place was awful. They used to have cameras, so they would watch us. And if we got on our phones, we would get in trouble. So I couldn't go on my phone. Yeah, this place, I hated working at this place. It was awful. I hated it. I was only there for like 3 months, I think, but it was hell for me. Hi, Dad. Hello. I literally only worked there for like 3 months, and I was like, okay, time to go. But I just remember I was like, yeah, this sucks. I was like, this is not for me. Because I was like, I'm just getting the work done. I think I would get it if I was able to pay stuff out, but I can't pay stuff out. I was like, I'm done. You know what I mean? It was a medical billing company. Very exciting work. Very exciting work. It was a medical billing company. So basically they like billed health insurance. Mm-hmm. And so I basically I did like, and all their stuff was like not digitized, which was so weird to me. No, I didn't use Prognosis. No, I didn't remember what the thing I used. A lot of it was on paper and we had to do like manual. And I was like, I was like, half of this is like manual labor that you guys are creating for yourselves. Like that was part of my issue with that where I worked is I was like, you guys are actually creating more work. Like you could automate half of this and it would be done. I'm like, don't do it because I'll lose my job. But also this, like I could, and I did. And sometimes I automated it. Like I would go in Excel and automate it. And I was like, this is stupid. Like, why are you but they were like, this is how it's done. And I was like, yeah, but why not do it better? I was like, why not do it better? And they were like, because we like to be here from 9 to 5. Also, it was a company that if you were more than 3 minutes late, you would get docked pay. We had an online system where we had to like clock in. And if we were more than 3 minutes late, we got docked pay. And I remember I was basically late every day because I'm never an on-time person. But I would be rolling in at like 9:02, you know what I mean? And they'd be like, you better get upstairs and clock in. And I'm like, this is insane to me. Like, this is insane. I'm like, this is crazy. I was like, this is crazy. I get it if you're like consistently late every day, but like if it's like a minute to 2 minutes, like girl, take a fucking break. You know what I mean? Yeah, online system for clocking, but yeah, but not for billing. Not for billing. Like, it's one thing if you are consistently like 5 to 15 minutes late every single day. I think that's a different conversation. But literally, I would be like, again, a minute late. Jerry Puffs.
Then we go to the gay club, and who do I see as soon as I get in the door?
Abby Lee Miller in her wheelchair.
Yes.
Dula Peep.
And you
Jerry,
know what?
thank you.
What was that? Okay. James. Yes.
Thank you, Jerry. Oh my gosh. Jerry's hot. Okay, my blood sugar's going up now. We'll start soon. I'm waiting for my blood sugar to go up. Exactly. Like, it's medical billing. Like, girl, it's fine. You know what I mean? Like, and the problem was I was done with my work by noon. So I was like, what's the point? You know? And the whole modern days, I'm telling you guys, we could exist on a 9 to noon day for most of what we do very easily. Very easily. And working a corporate job proved that to me. I was like, oh, like, we're choosing this. We're choosing to live like this. We're choosing to have a 5-day work week. We're choosing to work 9 to 5. Because, like, it was, I just was, like, shocked by it. You know what I mean? I was like, this is crazy to me. Like, it was so weird. I just was like, I was so disenfranchised by it at the time. By your sensor? Yes, I can answer it. Yeah, I do wear a sensor. I do. I could, or at least I can try to. New job so bad. Is the job market, I don't know how the job market is these days. When I was trying to, like, when I was actively applying, it was awful. That's why I took the medical billing job. I worked for a medical billing company, and then I worked for the state of New York, which I actually liked working for the state of New York. They were shockingly very flexible. Very flexible compared to not. Hi, Kevin Joy, how are you? Like, I liked working for them, actually. Like, it was kind of fun. And I had really good insurance for that, like, several months I did. No, it is not a Switch. You can get it on Switch 1 to learn. It's not a Switch 2 exclusive. You got your GD 3 weeks ago? Wait, that's so exciting, Orange, though. Congratulations. I'm so proud of you for that. That's such a big accomplishment. Do you? Yeah, I worked for the Department of Transportation for New York State for, like, a hot sec before I went back into theater. Before I went back into theater, and I was like, okay. I didn't hate it. It was very chill. I got a full hour for lunch. I only worked till 3:30 every day. I got tons of PTO. And if I was sick, they were like, girl, don't even worry about it. I was like, okay, this is great. Transport Tish, baby. Hi, Luke. Like, that was, and really great benefits. So I was, yeah, great time off. Like, I got COVID, and because the last job I worked, it was the medical billing. They were like, you have to work every day, even though you have COVID. When I had COVID, they were like, don't come into work. You're not working. Don't worry about how much time it takes, and we're paying you to stay home. And I was like, okay. I was like, thank you. And I was just an office assistant. So I was like, okay. T-Mall, that's the issue, is like, I feel like 9 to 5s are two things. Like, office jobs are two things, or like jobs, you know, in general. It's either you're overworked and you are like barely getting enough time to get things done every day till like 5 p.m. and it's a nightmare, or it's that you're there and you're like, I don't need to be here. I've done all my work for the day. Like, I actually don't feel like there's ever a good balance between the two, you know? See, that's crazy, J. Louise. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you either have one or the other, but not both. Or not a good, like, the actual what it's supposed to be. $50 an hour? Yeah, that's crazy. Oh my God. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy, guys. That's crazy. I will say that's why I am very thankful that I get to do what I do, but at the same time, it's a different type of challenge, but you know. I work from home today with my 20-month-old. Please pray for me. Oh my God, I'm sending you love, Jaquie. I hate living in Missouri, but they pay my husband good. That's good. If the work isn't done, oh, people don't get the water. See, that's crazy, Maul. Like, that's awful. I do always my confidence when I'm sick at work, as you should. And I have the savings, J. Louise. I feel like I sometimes do that, but also I feel terribly guilty if I ever do that. But that's also the Brittany Broski thing that I kind of want to watch the Brittany Broski moment, guys, before we start on TikTok. I wonder if I can find it where she's taking a break. I don't know the exact moment. If anybody knows that moment and can send a link to it, I feel like that'd be a good thing for us to watch together because it was something that was like, oh my God, this resonates with me so much. No, but Mal, that's so fair though. I feel like you have like it's either you're overworked or you're not working at all. Like it's like there's no in between, and you're there being like twiddling your fucking thumbs. So you win some, you lose some. Yeah, I will say. The funny thing is like obviously I'm making more money now doing this than I did working like an office assistant job, but also I'm paying for more things now than I did then. So like it kind of just. It's weird because it's like I'm making more money, but I'm not because it equals out. Maybe that's just being an adult. Maybe that's just the price of being an adult is when you start to make more money, you have to pay for more things, but like it just ends up canceling out. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, yeah, I feel like you make more, you spend more. I'm like, okay. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's the like, I mean, does they want me to work until 12 a.m. then come back at 8 a.m.? Absolutely not. And I'd say, no, thank you. I'd say, I'm clocking out and I'm done here. Thanks so much for your time. I use a Dexcom G7. I use one. Get compression lows, and I haven't had a ton of errors with it, but I'm new to the Dexcom G7. I just started it. I was on the G6 for several years, Megan, but I haven't had any issues with it yet. That makes sense. Your health insurance, gas to and from work, everything factors in stay home. Yes, I will say health insurance, I think, is probably one of the biggest additional costs that I didn't really fully consider when I was working full time. You know what I mean? Like something I didn't really consider full time. How did you start streaming? I started streaming like 6 years ago. When the height of the pandemic was happening, I would say like August of 2020. And I started streaming games I loved, and that's all I did. And I've been streaming ever since. Not full time, but I've been streaming on and off ever since. I still have so many leftover sensors. Does it matter if they're expired? It depends on which ones. Which ones and how long. If you get a husband in the military, block the code, baby. Yeah, I just need to marry rich. That's what I need. God, I want to marry rich so bad. I would be a great trophy wife. I think I would be a perfect trophy wife. I'd be great at it. I'd be so good at it, guys. You have no idea. I would be the trophy wife. Like, let me be your trophy wife. I'll do it. I'll be amazing at it. I don't think it's possible to marry rich in this economy more. That's so true. Raise your Tinder age limit. See, I don't like old though. Sorry. You're Jules from Euphoria. Let me be your sugar baby. Let me be your sugar baby. I'll do it. I'll do it. I got no problem with it. That's the next one. Yeah. Like, let me be a trophy wife, but also that streams and does this and like makes a difference that way. You know what I mean? But doesn't have to worry about all the other shit that goes with it. My God. Oh my God. The dream. The dream. It's honest work. I don't know where you're going to find a young sugar daddy. Try generational wealth. Yeah, that's what I need. I need a young, hot sugar daddy who's muscular. Listen, I'll never get it because I just have too high expectations. But a girl can dream. A girl can dream. Who's obsessed with me. Lauren, I think that's perfectly okay. Listen, here's what I always say. One of my favorite TikToks I ever saw was this lawyer. She put on a TikTok and she said, I just quit my job being a lawyer like 6 months ago. And she's like, it's the happiest I've ever been. And she goes, because we're put on this world not to achieve, but to experience. And I believe that full-heartedly. I believe achievements are part of the experience, and that's a great thing in of itself. But I always, 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 always have felt that life is meant to be an experience that you experience and not something that you have to achieve. Anyways, I'm quitting streaming. Anyways, guys, this is my last stream forever. Manifestation is real. Yeah. That's my guy. Bye, guys. Thank you so much for all the years of fun. I know for a fact that there's a man out there that will fund me. Exactly. Yeah, I was like, I don't know. I always got that question too when I was doing like greatest like job thing, and I was like, you know, stop, I cry. Without playing Loftia, I've seen it. Cozy game. Fucking Palia 2.0. You know what I mean? Disney Dreamlight Valley. They're just all the same to me. Like, I was watching somebody play it. No offense to Lofty, it looks fun or whatever, but I was like, this is the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's just all the same at the end of the day. Like, that's why I like Tomodachi Life, because I feel like it could be, it's so crazy. You know what I mean? Like, it's cozy, but it's so crazy that I'm like, oh yeah, you know? That's why I like Tomodachi Life a lot. 24, yeah. Like, it's like crazy. Same with Pokopia. Pokopia, I think, also has a really great storyline. I mean, maybe I'll try Loftia, but I don't know if I do. I don't know. It doesn't feel like something I want to stream. Like, I just was watching and I was like, great, they're fishing. Like, I was watching someone fishing and I was like, great. And I guarantee you they're doing a quest to go give somebody a fucking fish. Karen, my computer wife. Karen, my computer wife. Do I sound like Karen? Oh, Plankton? Plankton. I don't know. Can I ask what a cozy game is? So cozy game, I think, is just like I don't think anything's really a cozy game. It's like a generalized genre, but it's like, I think it's just a slower pace game. Slice of life style. So things like Animal Crossing, things like Stardew Valley can fit into that category too. Disney Dreamlight Valley. Sims is somewhat cozy, but I would say like a little less. Hate Stream Crash Out. I played it once and I just was like, yeah, small quests for like little things. Yeah, you don't lose anything. There's no risk. And the reward is just like, you know, you get a blueprint to build a bed. Papa West, our partnership took a break for our grinder Tomodachi man on the Tomodachi Life. Shockingly. I don't know why I hit that button. I meant to hit this one. Yeah, okay, so honestly, the Sims Marketplace is... You're thinking Monopoly by my fireplace? Yeah. I mean, I also think any game could be a cozy game if it makes you feel cozy. You know what I mean? Is Arc Raiders a soft girly game? No. I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. I will say, I think that cozy game is not necessarily like the right category. It's just what people have labeled it. Like, I think Fortnite could be a cozy game, actually, in a lot of ways. I also think, can you give me a me? The Brawny Towel Man. That's his name, right? So like Fortnite could be technically like a cozy game, I feel like, in a way. As a shopping game, that's so funny. Got the job. Yay! Oh, wait, that's so exciting. Congratulations. Brain off games, yeah. And then I feel like I don't know what the right category would be for like Animal Crossing and like Loftia and Palia and Disney Dreamlight Valley. Like, they're their own sort of like subculture, a little bit whatever. I don't know. So anyways, I looked at Lofty and I was like, it's like simulator, but not. It's like slice of life. I would say slice of life is less than like a simulator. You know what I mean? Because like when I think of simulator now, I think of like grocery store simulator. I think of the retro simulator we just played, which is like different type of thing, like building up a business. I feel like those games are like slice of life, you know? Yeah, low stimulation. And the to-do list is very much like, go get me this and I will give you this. Go get me this and I will give you this. You know what I mean? Like, that's the sort of to do. And then there's always like some sort of dailies, you know? Like, go do this and you will get this, you know? There isn't like necessarily like a crazy, and then you like rebuild the town. or whatever. Or you, I don't know, make Mickey Mouse fall in love with you. Bartering is a ghost game trope. Yeah. How'd you do the wall behind you? Is it a wallpaper? No, I didn't do it. It is not by me. It is by the people who remodeled my apartment. This is, I think it's shiplap. Is that what it's called? It's wood. It's painted wood. I think it's shiplap is like the name for it. Shiplap? It's wood though. Ship your lap, honey. So yeah, anyways, y'all, today's very tiring. I'm very tired today. Hold on. Mama Zesty just sent me a text. Meow, meow, meow. Hold on, y'all. This is not my kidney stuff. Give me a second. I got a thing on my chart. If anyone knows what my chart is. That I need to look at. Do you live far from your parents? Nah, like my dad lives like down the block from me. Okay. Gender reveal results. Yes. Gender reveal. No, my creatinine is high, very high right now. Are you a child of divorce? I am. It's very high. So my doctor's texting me right now about it. I hate my chart. Oh yeah. I love it though, because it makes it very easy for me to contact my doctors. That's the only reason I love it. I don't have to like call the office. Creatine. Is it creatine? It's not spelled like creatine though. I know what creatine is. It's not creatine that you like take as a supplement, right? Like creatine's for the gym. No, okay, I was gonna say creatinine. Okay, is it ketones? No, it's not ketones. No, it's I believe it's a protein being dumped from my liver. Like it's the sign of either a liver infection or liver failure. So I'm waiting to get more info on that. Girl, yeah. So that's been my morning this morning. Maybe because of your diabetes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I've never had this happen before. I mean, I've been diabetic for 22 years of my life, but just a fatty liver and pre-diabetic. It's really, I mean, I think it's partly because of my surgery that I had. And so I consume food differently. And this is probably just a side effect of that because I consume food very differently than I did 10 years ago. So anyways, I had to get blood work done and that popped up. It's always scary when you get the email that's like, you have an abnormal test result. No, I don't drink any alcohol. I mean, I have like, if I ever go out with friends, I'll have a drink, but that's it. Yeah, it may also be the new meds I'm taking. I know that one of the side effects of my clonidine was that. I believe that was one of my side effects. She's a social drinker. So anyways, all that to say, it's something that I'm not unaware of. But I'm just waiting for my doctor to be like, hey. Yeah, I might be dehydrated. But I drink a lot of water. I feel like I drink a lot on stream. Yeah, I know. I hate it. It's like, I want the thing is, I love that you get this information early on, but they send you like the scary stuff. And then it's like, and then the doctor's like, oh, you're fine. It's not a big deal. Like, just you got to take this med. You know what I mean? And I'm like, girl, I've been sitting for 4 hours and it says abnormal, like red alert, red alert, red alert. I'm like, my chart's telling me that I'm dying basically. I'm like, okay. It's probably your period. Yeah, it probably is. Never Google? No, I don't. I mean, I'm not worried about it. I think I'm fine, but I just, it's better to be, it's something new that's popped up that I'm like, oh, that's never been there before. Google says you have 3 days. I can imagine looking at Google. Yeah. I never look at Google. You jotted on the epic several. Me when I sent you my glucose level forever ago. Yeah, did you send? A lot of people have sent me, like my friends will always, especially my friends from high school, they'll send me their glucose level sometimes when it's like, it's a very, mind you, it's a very normal level, but they're worried. They're like, is this high? And I'm like, you don't have diabetes. You're fine. I'm like, you're literally fine. You don't have diabetes. Go sit down. Go have a banana. You just need some fucking potassium. Relax. I'm like, you're literally fine. It's like 101. Yeah, it's like the most normal number it could ever be. 8 o'clock for the doctor. I'm like, I promise you. I was like, your blood sugar is not. You're fine. I was like, girl, you're fine. I've had that happen way too much before, which I think is so funny. I'm gonna get Fortnite started here, guys. I will say, I don't think we're gonna have a full length stream today. Probably. I'm a little tired. Today's been a long day for me, I think. So I'm just feeling that, Mr. Krabs. I'm just feeling that, Mr. Krabs. You know, I'm feeling that, Mr. Krabs. We will join you for as long as you have you. Ooh, that came out weird. No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I'm like, do we want to go on TikTok? No, we'll go on TikTok. What time is it for me? It's 3 p.m. here. 3 p.m. here. Wait, sorry. I just got notified my crew stuff came in, but I canceled my crew. Did I not cancel it properly? Fuck. Well, I have Fortnite crew, I guess. Damn. Sorry, that came in while I opened up the game. I'm gonna need to look into that after stream because did it charge another card? Maybe? I usually have it charged PayPal, so I wonder if it didn't, like, it went to a card instead of my PayPal. But I thought I was pretty sure I canceled it. I was like 98% sure I did. It's only staying the same though, Chloe, until July. They're changing it in July. I don't know why they were like, actually, we're gonna wait till July to change it. They are changing the amounts in July. Unfortunate. They were like, we're gonna hold on it till July. And I was like, oh, okay, weird. Maybe that's what happened. Damn. Yeah, it is still going down to 800 V-Bucks, just not yet. Not yet. I don't know why they just, I think they just, if you want my honest opinion, I think they just forgot to code it in properly. And they missed the 3-month cycle. Maybe that's it. I'll check to see. Because I do have some in my PayPal balance too. I just have my PayPal balance too, so maybe that's part of it. Part of it. Sorry guys, hold on a second. I gotta look at something real fast. Real fast. Hold on. Today be crazy. Today be crazy. Yep. Okay. Sorry, something popped up on my stream there. Okay. I'm subscribed to 2 platforms, one for free, so I'm getting 2,000 V-Bucks monthly. Wait. What does that mean? What is that? Can we talk about the Slutty Gambit and Moon Knight skins? Fuck yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. Can we also talk about the ass Emma skin? Awful. Awful. Give my girl a pair of fucking pants. Please, God. Give her a pair of pants. For the love of all that's good and holy. Like, literally give her a pair of pants. That's all I'm asking for. She deserves a pantsuit, and they won't give her one. Guys, I'm so tired. I'm trying so hard to be like, woo! I feel bad for Emma. Yeah. Is she naked? No, she's just wearing another leotard. Every skin they give her in the game is a leotard. And I'm like, please just give her a pants. Like, she would look so slay in a pantsuit, and they just will not they just keep giving her leotards. And I'm like, who? Emma Frost and Marvel Rivals. Emma Frost and Marvel Rivals. Every skin they've given her is her in a leotard. They will not give her pants. They keep doing her so, and the skins honestly are not good. Like, it'd be one thing if the leotard, if it was like a slay look, but they're like not good skin. They're actually bad skins. Like, they're just not good. I'm like, okay. Very weird. But I'm almost, for those who do play Marvel Rivals, I'm 2 games away from being in Diamond. I do like that though, Mallard, yeah. I'm almost to Diamond. Who's your Marvel main? I play a lot. I flex. I know people always say I flex, but I have 7 lords now, actually. So I have Magneto Lord now. I have Iron Man, Mr. Fantastic, Scarlet Witch, Cloak and Dagger, Invisible Woman. Who am I forgetting? I'm missing one. I'm missing one, but I can't remember who it is. Who am I missing? There's another one that I'm not thinking of. Cloak and Dagger, Invisible Woman, Mr. Fantastic, Iron Man, Scarlet Witch, Magneto, Gambit. Sorry. Oh my God. Gambit. So 7. 7. And I'm almost loaded onto more now. So I flex. I flex all the characters for the most part. Tank is my least strong out of all the characters that I play. Tank is like it's like I only tank if I have to. Lord on Jeff. I hate Jeff. I know people love Jeff. I'm a Jeff hater in the most loving way possible. The maid skin. Yeah, she is. I'm a Jeff hater. I'm also a Squirrel Girl hater, as you guys know. I had 10 wins last night though. I played last night for a while because I just needed to like play a game and take my mind off things. I won all 10 games ranked back to back straight. I was like, who am I? I was like, damn, I am the one. I went from gold 3 or gold 1 all the way to the almost diamond. We're like plat 1 towards diamond in ranked. Guys, do I stream on TikTok? Do we play Fortnite? I'm so tired. This day has drained me. This day has drained me, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. She's been drained. I vote yes. Well, I know you guys will all vote yes because you want me to stream. I know. I'm like, should I take a nap on stream? It's not even that I don't want to take a nap because if I take a nap, it's gonna fuck up my sleep schedule. You know what I mean? That's the problem. Is if I take a nap, it's gonna just fudge me up. Hardcore. You know. But a girl has had an emotional day. A girl has had an emotional day. Let's watch that video real quick. I want to find that Brittany Broski report because I really think it was very good. And it resonated with me a lot. No nap, but definitely relax. Yeah. I got to find the right timestamp for it, though. I got to find the right timestamp. I don't even know what it is. Oh my God, I have to answer YouTube questions. Which one of the following brands do you associate with breakfast? Guys, help me pick. Which of the following brands do you associate with breakfast? Sandwich Bros, Great Value, Jimmy Dean, Eggo, or none of the above? I say Jimmy Dean, right? Jimmy Dean or Eggo? Mama, get premium, please. I'm not paying $14 for premium YouTube. I don't watch YouTube enough. I feel like Jimmy Dean or Eggo are the ones. What even is Sandwich Bros? What is Sandwich Bros? Oh, it started. I didn't even get to pick. Okay, I need to like... I need to find where she's like talking about it. Hold on. Maybe West Coast thing? Maybe. Maybe. Oh, I need to move my camera around, but I'll do that. Okay.
Not only my life, but the world at large. I want to be a vessel. Back to the main channel. We've got videos.
I gotta find where it is.
I am going on summer break. And I'm going to miss you guys.
Can you hear it?
But I will be back with a refreshed attitude, with a refreshed perspective on...
I can't remember if this is the bit or was it... I only saw clips,
world
really.
At large. I want to be a vessel for goodness. And I feel that I am not equipped to do that right now. So, thank you for understanding. Thank you for rocking.
Okay, I don't think it was here. I don't know where she talked about it. Oh my God, where did she talk about it?
In different states and have them come here, and I want nothing out of it. Get back with the co-host. I'm not going to do the fuckery, okay? I genuinely just need a few months off of not working on anything. I want to embroider. I want to write a gothic novella.
Let me see if I can find it.
I want to finish the fucking bullshit album music that I've been doing. I want to finish all these creative projects that I feel like, because I say yes to everything.
Is there a
and
watch
because
history
I wanna
on
be,
TikTok?
a good little Hollywood starlet. I just can't. Like, there is a thin line between Brittany Broski and Brittany Tomlinson, and I need to solidify that line.
I mean,
and
this
that
is
boundary.
basically
So
the bet here.
that's what I will be doing over the summer. I will be reconnecting with myself. I will be reading and writing, and I will be not on my fucking cell phone. And it's just a reset that I really feel culturally is happening for a lot of people. A lot of people switching to dumb phones and setting app
I need to find. I
limits
want to find the
and
exact moment that she talked about that I was
going
like,
back
oh,
to
this hit.
tangible physical media and the AI fatigue, and just we crave feet in the sand.
Why can I not find
You
it?
know what I mean? Toes in the water, ass in the sand. That's what the people yearn for. So, I will be taking my summer break to have new experiences. To
Let me find it. Hold on. We're gonna find it.
absorb in every week, and you look forward to what I have to say. I
Here it
home
is.
and I'm like, I have nothing.
Okay, yeah, this is it. Okay, ready? This is the Broski report. This is Brittany Broski, and honestly, I love her. She's taking a summer break, and she talked a little bit about what I feel like I've been experiencing. And I watched it this morning on TikTok, and I was like, oh, this hits. Like it was crazy.
Do is work. Oh my god, I literally have to go have diarrhea. Hey, I literally am gonna go have diarrhea. I'll be right back.
That's
Welcome
literally
back.
me. That's guys.
And that was a message to me because wow, I needed to bottom out. I needed to go bottom out really quick, and that's exactly what I did. So I'm back. I'm about 2.5 pounds lighter. Let's get serious, okay? Like I've been saying, I'm in my Saturn return, okay? I've been saying, I'm in my Saturn return, okay? This means a huge period of like upheaval and kind of coming to terms with, like, to put it very bluntly and plainly, I have no work-life balance. All I do is work. All I do is think about content creation and this and that and views and titles and engagement and fucking who's gonna be on that. It has eclipsed other areas of my life that actually feed my ability to do this job.
Ugh.
I can't come on this podcast every week and like give you a perspective on something or something I've been loving or something that I was thinking about recently, because I am so bone dry. Like I am truly so burnt out. I am not living. Everything that I'm doing is just output, 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 output. And I'm sitting at home and I'm like, I have nothing to say. And I feel like it is such a privilege to have y'all's ear, to have your attention, your loyalty, the fact that you tune in every week and you look forward to what I have to say. I feel like I'm letting you down because I have nothing to say, because I'm not living. There is nothing coming in on that side of my life.
Oh,
and
God.
that feels weird to say because I have so many exciting work things and, but I feel like even for me and my job and my life, sometimes it's like I don't want to just talk about celebrities all the time. And I love my show. Like I love
Fortnite.
what Royal Court has managed to accomplish and what it continues to accomplish, which is connecting with these people heart to heart and humor to humor and, expanding the humanity that's behind this cold, hard shell of a celebrity. That is a fun point for me in my life. Everything else it feels like I am playing a character, and the character is draining the life out of me. With that being said, and with also the knowledge that it is my Saturn return and all of these things are kind of constantly swirling in my mind.
Truly,
and, like,
Megan.
Having an audience and then like this other invisible third party that's like potential sponsors or like industry people watching your every move, or like, are you a good fit for this? Are you a what? It's just like through all the noise, and I'm not going to cry. I told him I'm not going to cry during this episode. Through all of the noise, I have felt a bit like I am losing, I can't hear my own voice. Do you know what I mean? And I've felt that way for a while. And I've been trying to power through because I owe it to you guys and I love you guys. And of course, I know how fucking
it's so relevant
how
to me.
stupid as fuck this sounds, right? Like me coming on the podcast being like, I just really, like, actually shut the fuck up. There are so many more important things happening. But I feel like to be a force for good and a force of joy and of laughter and of connectivity and humanity and empathy and kindness, I need to take a step back. I need to have a summer break.
I'm
And
gonna scream. Yeah,
I think it's
it hit me
net
like a
positive
truck this morning,
for
won't lie.
everyone and everything that's involved in my existence, and you know, anyone that I've ever reached or touched. Like, I am not pouring into myself. I am pouring all of my juices into all these different cups, and there is nothing left in my pitcher. So I am going to take a summer break. Hear me when I say this.
I think so, Mallard.
Summer
Yeah.
break. And then I will be right
Oh,
back,
I know.
right as
I don't
rain
need a mental.
for
I don't need
spooky season.
a long break.
Understood?
It's
I
just
am
like
not
a
going anywhere.
I
The
think her
podcast is not
messaging
going away. It's not
around the
ending. I'm not
burnout.
gonna end it
Like,
and
I don't
bring
have
it back
burnout,
with
but the
co-host
messaging
deal.
around
I'm
it
not gonna do the fuckery.
kinda hit home.
Okay? I genuinely just need a few months off.
Like, I don't need time
Of
off. It's just like
not working on
relatable.
anything. I want to embroider. I want to write a gothic novella. I want to finish the fucking
Yeah,
bullshit
it just was really
album
nice to
music
hear,
that
I
I've been
think.
doing. I want to finish all these creative projects that I feel like,
Yeah.
because I say yes to everything, and because I want to be, you know, a good little Hollywood starlet.
Very relatable.
I just can't. Like, there is a thin line between Brittany Broski and Brittany Tomlinson, and I need to solidify that line and that boundary. So that's what I will be doing over the summer. I will be reconnecting with myself.
Nice to show
I
me.
will be reading and writing.
Anyways, that's the clip. That's the clip for the most part. So I saw that this morning and I was like, oh yeah. Yeah, I was like, damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, it was very, very I was like, oh, okay. It was wild. Somebody actually sent it to me and was like, I was thinking about you when I watched this clip, and I was like, wow. So it's kind of wild. I love that witchcraft. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Hi, Suitable. How are you? So anyways, something that it just like resonated with me this morning a little bit, because I feel like we've talked about that a lot on here. Maybe more break. I don't think I do. I really don't. I feel like I take too much of a break. I just feel like I'm lost in the sauce. Kind of how she mentioned a little bit, how she's like, I do think I don't have a lot of work-life balance, and I think that's part of my problem, but I also think that she... And then there's me tagging you in the Logan Paul, James Charles Tomodachi. Yeah, it's either one of the two. It's like there is this, what I emphasize with is this idea of like being bone dry and having nothing to say. And I feel like I resonated with that so hard. That very specific moment, I was like, oh my God, do I resonate with that right now? Because I really do feel like I have nothing to say right now. And that's not a bad thing. But I've always had something to want to create, to want to do. And it's like, yes, Moopsie, exactly. And like, obviously a break is easier when you are fortunate enough to be able to take a break, right? Like, that's not the reality for most people. And it's not the reality for me, honestly. It's not the reality for me either. You know what I mean? It's like, that's not, I can't take a break. You know what I mean? Like it's one thing if you have obviously the resources to be able to, most people don't have those resources, right? I don't have those resources. I'll tell you that much. I wish I did, but I don't. It's the eternal struggle. Need to feel like you have, yeah. It's like, and it's like and And I think what I resonated with is like I need the pouring in, because then it makes me love what I'm doing here. And I'm not, and that's what, and it was so funny because she was like, I'm not burnt out from getting on and doing this podcast. She's like, you know, she said that multiple times. She's like, I'm not, and like, that's me with streaming. I'm not burnt out from streaming, but it's like the idea of just having nothing to say is what she's burnt out on. And I was like, that resonates with me very hard. And that she feels that she is more, as I've said multiple, you guys know I talk about this all the fucking time, than just interviewing celebrities, right? Like that's her main shtick right now, is she interviews celebrities, right? Which is so cool, right? In and of itself. But she is more than that. And I'm like, yeah, that's me with Fortnite. You know what I mean? Or me with gaming, right? In general, right? Or me with any game. And so I just resonated a lot with what she was saying. I was like, oh, I want to show this on stream, I think. Because I was like, oh, it clocked for me, you know? Yeah. And it's like, it's just an interesting interesting thing. Like, and again, like, it's that thing where it's like, I'm so thankful. And again, like her being like, me being up here being like, oh my God, complaining about it whenever there's so many things happening in the world. It's like, it's so true for me too. But it is something that's very much, I don't know, it just resonated with me very much so. So anyways, I wanted to show it to everybody because you know what? Yeah. Because people were sent, like 3 people sent it to me and were like, this feels exactly like you. I was like, oh, noted. Like 3 people sent it to me and was like, were like, this feels a lot like you. And I was like, okay. I mean, people in the chat today, when I brought it up, someone was like, oh my God, I was watching that and I thought it was like you, you know? Thank you for sharing. For a lot of people need to hear that. It was refreshing. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. It's not me. It's one thing. I also loving Britney's book. Yeah. I just, to me, it's like, it's a very interesting, it's nice to know that it's not a one person feeling, you know what I mean? And I feel like it's a communal feeling that people go through their lives. But I think I think there's a frustration level to it when it's like, there is a perception, and I think her perception is she's somebody who interviews celebrities and is very funny all the time. And I think that there is something for me too, where it's like, I play video games, right? And it's like, I don't always love video, you know? And it's I don't know. It's like a very, it's like, it's hard to be vulnerable about it, but it's also like the truth about it too, you know? Also being mid to late 20s is spooky in general. Yeah, I also think that is part of it as well, because we're similar. I think we're similar in age, her and I, or we're close-ish in age. Shipping has to be hard. I think it is. And the thing is, like, actually, this part is not hard. It really isn't. What I do right now, this moment here, and I've said this before, this part is not the hard part for me. It's a lot of the external factors, which is, I think, a lot of that pouring in and then not having anything to say, right? I think there's a lot of external factors, you know, that go into things. I mean, Mallard knows because she gets a million of my DMs every day being like, what is going on right now, you know? So it's it was just something I kind of resonated with, and I was like, interesting. She's 28. Yeah, she's my age. I'm 27. So anyways, I just resonated with it, you know? Irish Rally charts. You can do mine. I was born July 3rd, 1998 at 4:38 a.m. That's my astrology chart. July 3rd, 1998 at 4:38 a.m. is when I was born. I'm a Cancer. Okay, doxing. That's like not doxing though. Are you a millennial? No, I'm still Gen Z. It's the cusp. I think 1996 is the millennial break. What's your mother's maiden name? Yeah, and here's my social security number and my credit card number if you really want it. 1997 year. I think 1996 is the You're the Tiger Baby. Yeah, is the, if I remember correctly, the millennial cusp. So I'm technically Gen Z. Technically, I don't really get how the generations years work, because it's like not. I thought you know what I mean. Like, it'd be one thing if it was like 1980 to 2000 to 2020, but it's like not. It's like weird years, you know. 1997 is the cutoff. Okay, yeah. So I'm not part of the cutoff. I'm in Gen Z technically. Yeah, technically Gen Z. But I also grew up during the like, you know what I mean? Like I was so close in age to, I'm more closer in age to millennials than 98% of the Gen Z population. You know what I mean? Because Gen Z goes till when? When did Gen Z end and Gen Alpha started? Yeah, as a millennial. Gen Alpha started 2012, right? I mean, I don't really relate to somebody who's born in 2012, you know what I mean, or 2011. I relate more to obviously people that I grew up with who were, you know, around my age at the time. But yeah, anyways, it was a very interesting thing I saw this morning, and I was like, wow, it just resonated with me a lot. And I think it resonated with me more right now, one, because I'm going through all this anyways, but also because of the fact that I'm getting so much hate for Heated Rivalry and my specific take on Heated Rivalry, that I was like, oh, hi, Forrest. I was like, oh. Like there was like it was a very, I think it's just always sort of like culminating at once. Also, Gen Z grew up with all this tech. Yeah. I mean, I grew up through the tech a little bit, you know. Sure, we're hating who won. Wait, who's getting hate? Oh, me. I'm getting crazy hate right now. Insane hate, guys. Like more than I've ever gotten before. Oh, thank you, Kermit the Frag. Much love to you too. Much love to you too. And your son is literally the coolest. Yeah. Hey, girl, how are you in the Friday evening? I'm doing all right, AJ. I'm very tired today. I had to wake up super early. I think we're going to go live on TikTok, even if just for like 2 hours, but a girl is very tired. Is the hate hidden? I mustn't have most of the comments. They're all there. I mean, if you go on TikTok or Instagram, they're there. It's mostly in my DMs, though. The funny thing is 2/3 of the majority are those responding. I think that needs to be changed. I agree with that. It's mostly like people responding to it. You know what I mean? Wow. But hello, Vinny. Hello. Hi, Storm. Responding to other people's comments in response to it, like the positive comments about it. That's mostly where the hate's coming in. And then I'll get DMs. I've gotten DMs and emails. And I get hate all the time, so it doesn't bother me. I mean, listen, I don't know. I don't know why yours are being banned. I don't know why, and I don't know how to turn it off. It says likely ban evader restricted. Does anyone know how I could fix that? Kermit the Frag is saying very nice things to me right now, and you guys can't see them except for me and probably the mods. But Kermit the Frag is saying very wonderful things to me in the chat. I've never been mad enough to send an email. Oh yeah. People are crazy. It's fine. Again, it's something that I'm like that to me. It's just that there's been a large plethora. Kermit, I'm so sorry. I don't know why nobody else can see you except for me. I don't know. Is there a way to like do it? I've never had to like deal with that issue before. I'm so sorry, Kermit the Frag. Oh, maybe if I do wait, let's see if this does it. Try that. Try talking again, Kermit the Frag. Try saying something in the chat, Kermit the Frag. I think I fixed it. Maybe I had to not monitor your chat message. There we go. Yay. Now you're seen. Hi, Kermit the Frag. You're here. You're here, Kermit. I'm sorry that sometimes Twitch will do that. And it's like, it does a weird thing where it's like monitoring the message, so it hides it from everybody but me. Very weird thing. Kermit the Living Legend. Kermit said very sweet things, y'all. How are you doing? I'm doing all right. How are you? How are you? Watch you throw a slur at me in like 2 minutes. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But imagine it's like actually they were protecting me and you got like hate rage. I die. That'd be so funny. Oh God. Oh God. But yeah, anyway, so it was just a very, I don't know, or Brittany Broski's, what, no, I know. It was just a very relevant moment. And I was like, it was a very interesting thing to watch happen, I guess. So I was like, okay. Curious. My day's been good. I'm glad it's been good. I'm glad it's been good. Well, y'all, let's play some Fortnite. I'm going to try and go maybe even just for like 2 hours. Here's what they're doing, Marisol. They're probably charge backing. Have creators look into that, because you may give me a flower. What is happening? What people do is sometimes they'll gift a lot of subs and then they will charge back. I get it all the time. I get at least about $80 a month in chargeback fees from people subbing and then returning their subs and canceling the membership. It's been happening very, very often. Very, very often. That's awful. Yeah, it happens a lot. I mean, it's a normal thing as a creator. You come to it, it's actually a very normal thing. But usually I have, like, last month, I think I was at $180 or something that I had in chargebacks. So what'll happen is, like, somebody will gift 5 subs and then they will call their card company and cancel the purchase. And so then it's like a chargeback. And then so actually I get dinged on that money there and it comes out of my earnings. Closer bank, yeah. For why? Usually it depends. Sometimes haters do it. Sometimes people do it for shout outs. A lot of it usually happens more with big creators like Vanilla Mace. Like very big creators. It doesn't happen a lot with me or like people my size. It's more big creators that it happens to. Nisha, she's been my editor first, baby. She's mine first, honey. But usually it's around that. It's around. Do they do the same for TikTok coins? They can do it for TikTok coins. Yeah, like queso. They do it specifically though for like to like get, because a lot of the big, sorry, what I meant to say is like, you know how Vanilla Mace, if you like gift a certain amount of subs, your message plays on her stream or whatever. I don't know if Queso does the same thing. A lot, like the audio will play, like you can type a message and and will you know, play the whatever you call it. Yeah, text to speech. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word for it. A lot of people will do that so that their message is read out. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Kermit. That means a lot. And then they'll charge back their card because they can actually make that thing. Yeah, they do it to like have a message or something. So at the beginning, but there's too many for him to read more than 5 at a time. Yeah, I mean, he gets a lot of subs, so that makes sense. I mean, that he's like same with most of those big creators. They're getting like, you know, thousands of subs a day. Their sub account, most of them average around 24,000 subs. I think the average for most of those creators is like 24 to 25, maybe less than that. Maybe I'm thinking way too much. I think it's like 20 to 25K subs a month, usually. Guys, literally, I will sometimes watch Vanilla Mace and she'll get like 4 people do 50 gifted. And I'm always like, that's crazy to me. 34,000 right now. Yeah. Isabel, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Speaking of subs, thank you. Yeah, like right now we are at 811 or so. Does it make you pay like bank fees? Yeah. Yeah, I get charged back on it. Yeah, they get a lot of subs. I mean, it's kind of normal. It's just normal for bigger streamers to get that many gifted out. It's very normal. It happens. It's a very normal thing. It's a very, very normal thing. I think especially for creators who are like variety creators like that. Like, I don't think it happens as much for people like, I mean, maybe it does for like Happy Gal and stuff. I don't know. I don't watch Happy Gal's streams too much. I actually don't know. It also depends on their audience. It really just depends on their audience. It really does. Yeah, right. It really just depends on their audience a lot of the time. Fell in love with Fred. I saw the clips of that on TikTok. Whoopsie. I saw the clips of that. Yeah, it really just depends. Usually it's anywhere from like 200, 250 gifted on those streams. That's why they end up getting a lot of Twitch support, because they're very much big. I mean, it just happens. You know what I mean? It's just, it's a normal thing. Has anyone seen that Elmo, me and him have beef? No. You and Elmo, Kermit? You and Elmo. But yeah, it kind of goes like that. Emma and Cammy both subbing with Prime. Oh my God, wait, that started a hype train. Ooh, 2 subs starting off a hype train. We'll start on TikTok after the hype train, I think. My brain.
chugga chugga, chugga chugga, chugga chugga, chugga chugga. All aboard the
Choo-choo train.
All aboard the
Choo-choo train.
All aboard the choo-choo train. All aboard, choo-choo.
Thank you guys for the subs. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. They keep the lights on, as Epic would say. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I literally cannot get enough of Tomodachi. It's so good. We're going to play it tomorrow for sure. But we need to play 4 today. Well, not we need to, but I actually feel like playing 4. We haven't played it in a few days. If I have the brain power for it. My brain is so, like, you ever get when you're like, you've been on a sleep schedule and then you hop off of, you have like one day where you have to get up much earlier than you anticipate. And it's like your entire brain is like you know what I mean? Watching clips under all that, it's so funny. And your brain is like, girl, what are you doing? That's me right now. That's me literally right now. It's like my eyes are heavy right now. Never in my 25 years have I had a sleep schedule. I finally feel like I'm on one. I've had sleep schedules, but like been all over the place. But like, I actually feel like for the past 3 weeks, I have been on a very consistent schedule. It's crazy. It's crazy how much it screwed me over today. I only woke up 2 hours earlier than normal, but it has like thrown me through a loop. It's kind of insane. It's like, I'm like brain dead right now. It's so funny. In a sleep schedule, but I love sleeping in. Yeah. I finally developed a sleep schedule and then I gave birth and snores all over the place. A 3 p.m. nap always calls me. See, if I nap, I'm done for the night. I'm up all night. Like I part of the reason I'm like, well, we'll just play Fortnite and I'll play for a couple hours is if I got off right now, guys, I would probably go take a nap. Bye, Kermit, see you later. And then I would be up all night. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And so I'm like, wow. Your fiance gets up for work at 4 a.m. So I get up with him and help him get his stuff together and nap until 10 a.m. This is the way. That's smart. That's smart. I'll be real, guys. If I ever get married, I plan on my spouse sleeping in another bed. Also, we're one sub away from the next level of the hype train, y'all. Cutie Norse, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Hi, Raiders. How are you? How was your stream? Ooh, really? Oh, yeah. 4 hour blocks. Yeah. I'm exhausted. I will absolutely force my like if I ever got married, I would make my husband sleep in another room. Absolutely. If it's like sleeping time, you know what I mean? I need my space. I need my like, you know. Thank you, Copy. I appreciate it. I'll pull it up here in a second. My parents sleep in separate rooms. Yeah. I feel like it's valid. I actually get it. Then back to bed. That makes sense. Association. Like, I don't know. I like being alone. The cuties are here. The cuties are here. I love that name. I love that. I hope you had a good stream, Cutie Norris. Welcome in. Do you have a good stream? What are you guys doing today? Sometimes I want to kick Lace out. Yeah. No, I'm like, get out. I would never do it. I love it. I can't sleep as well without him. I mean, to be fair, I also sad. Never have had somebody been in the bed to sleep with me before. So I guess I don't really have the experience otherwise. Crying. Oh, Doken, thank you for the gifted sub to Frogberry. I guess I've never had the experience otherwise to be like, well, actually, I love it. But I just imagine myself being like, no, thank you. No, thank you. Thank you so much for joining the next level of the hype trip, by the way. Stream was wonderful. We played Fortnite with friends. I love that. That's so fun. We're kind of just chilling. We're gonna play Fortnite, I think, but we're kind of just yapping for a few. I don't know. I'm in a yap moment right now. Who would hear a snore once and go immediately no? Yeah. Oh my God, yeah. If you snore, bye. I'm giving you my old CPAP machine and you're putting it on. Too much. See, but I go to bed, guys, like I have my Hatch alarm clock playing rain noises. I have my ASMR next to me. Like I have a rhythm to my bedtime. I have a rhythm. and I think of another body next to me who's either like up against me, in my way, taking most of the blankets, wanting something hot, wanting something cold, and I'm like, get away from me. Yeah, that's the usual around here. Sarah, usual. It's because I'm so tired. Usually, if I wasn't this tired today, I'd be like, we're back in Fortnite. But usually when I'm tired, I'm like, we're going to just yap because my brain cannot think of anything else. I sleep covered in Vaseline and with an ice pack. Okay, Addison, that just sounds like a weird kink, babes. That just sounds like a weird kink. I don't know how to explain that one to you. That one just sounds like a weird kink, babes. All right. Love ya. Love ya. I have anxiety. It helps. Okay. Sure. Sure. Well, yes. Okay, wait. Wait, Moonjoy, it's Jenna Moon, right? I'm gonna look at this thing. Is this it? What is this group? Is it the group that you invited me to? What did you add me to? Yes. Okay. Don't kink shame. I'm glowing and you are hating. Never. Separate blankets. Same bed. It just says, oh, okay. Ooh, our own little group. Our own little group. Is it because you can send things in there? Their blanket, same bed is the way to go. I feel like that's kind of fair. I don't know. I'm like, meh. Guys, let's see what we're doing on the hype train. We are 3 subs away from the next level. Yes, ice on the chest level of anxiety so much. That's fair, I guess. That checks out. That checks out to me. I'm so tired. This has thrown my full day off. Isn't that crazy? Oh my God. I'm like dragging. And I had coffee already too. She's dragging, honey. Ice on the chest helps so much with anxiety. Literally. Hatch alarm, nod pot. Yep, you get it. See? Absolutely. I'm not seeing anything, by the way, unless you send something. But I'm not seeing anything in the chart. Butter noodles, spicy ramen. Spicy ramen. Spicy ramen. Butter noodles. Spicy ramen for me. If you do Fortnite today, can I get a leve? Yes, you can. I'm going to send it to you either way because I owe you it anyways. I got to do that. But I sent messages. I'm not seeing a single message. You might have to resend them. You might have to resend them. There's not a... Usually, if you send a message request, you have to, like, resend it again. Sorry. Hate to break it to you. You can send on Discord, too, if you want. That, you could just directly send images and things. If you want to see that. I said butter noodles. Started now, I can't go back. I'm eating pasta Alfredo. Ooh. Anyone here sleep with a pillow between their knees? No. Yeah, Discord's probably easier for me to read it. If you want to send it there. When I just got banned, Jennifer... Wait, I just banned Jennifer Lopez on Marvel Rivals for a year? Wait. What? Who? The user or the real J-Lo? So, sometimes people say things I'm like, wait, what? We got 4 seconds left. Oh, wait, we're not going to make the level. I was like, oh, we got 4 seconds left of the hype train. There it goes. Thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Imagine J-Lo playing at My Rivals. Asking for a question. I wish so. That was her username. That's so funny. Yeah, guys, I'm so fried. We got to do TikTok. Imagine J-Lo being like, I love this. We are not live on TikTok yet. No. I'm very tired today. Like, I'm trying to, like, build up the energy to do it. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I love streaming on TikTok, but also there's always a little bit of the, like, show that I have to do sometimes. You know what I mean? And sometimes I don't want to do the fucking show. Some days I don't want to do the fucking show. Some days I don't want to be, hi, I'm your zesty bestie. If you're seeing this on your FYP, make sure to tap in and say hello and send your daily heart me and some days I don't want to do the show. And I'll dive in. Yes, now we got it. Here's your birth chart. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Okay, I see all of it. What does this all mean? Okay, I have a birth. This looks like a science experiment. My birth chart and my progress chart. I don't know what either of those mean. Yeah, it's like in Orange Phone, I changed my case. It's called having multiple phone cases. It happens. What do you have all up on your phone? What are you talking about? This? It's a stand. It's like it's a stand for my phone. So I can, you know. So that way if I get a message while I'm streaming, I can look at it without having to go like, meh. Noted. Yeah, I felt bad. That one girl I muted who probably was a follower for a while yesterday, she blocked me. Oops. Oops, fuck that one up. My bad. What'd you say? It was when I was trying to make the fucking grinder thing and everyone was like trying to give me suggestions and no one was giving me the right suggestion. And I can't remember who it was. I can't remember their username. It was like, Google it so you don't get mad at chat, Vinny. And I was like, muted! And I muted them for 1 minute. I don't know. I'm not fucking perfect. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Oh my God. And then all night I felt bad about it because I'm a fucking people pleaser. All night I felt bad about it. I literally tried to find the account. I was trying to look up if I could find ways of who I muted. I felt bad about it all day. Oh my God. I need to get over that shit. Wait, I watch the VOD. I don't want it. I don't want to go back to the VOD because if I do, I'm going to try and message them. I'm going to try and message them and be like, I'm so sorry. And I don't need that. I've moved on from it. My college just closed. We literally didn't even know. Wait, that's crazy. Okay, live mystery. Sorry. Yeah, I moved on now. Girls who stream, do what you want. No, I know. I just felt bad because I think they were like a follower who's watched me for a while. You know what I mean? But you guys know how I get. You guys know the tea. And everyone was yelling me different things. And I was like, you guys are not saying any of the right things. Also, I feel like I wasn't actually like yelling at chat. I was just like, guys, I need you all to do the thing where you type out the words correctly. Realized this baby would take the mute and came back. Yeah. What can I do? The usual. Everyone was being so cryptic with the messaging. I was trying so hard. And the one thing I hate is when people are like, Google it. I'm like, girl, if I would Google it, but then the whole point is you guys interacting on the stream. If you want, I could just end the stream and Google it and to do it myself. You know what I mean? Like, that's the magic of it. You know? A real one kind of, Matt, he's overstimulated. Sharpie, thank you for the follow. Overstimulation happens. Yeah. Support personnel. Exactly. Jenna's sending me a whole message right now for my birth chart here, or whatever it is. I'm hoping it's saying, like, I'm going to have the best fucking summer of my life. I hope it's what it says. Yes, go stream, cutie. Absolutely. Yeah, Sebastian, we always yap on here. And I just, today I'm so tired that I'm like, ooh, a girl's very tired today. A girl's very tired today. I'm trying to like rally for a game. Wait, but I have an exciting thing. Wait, I have two exciting things. One is Minecraft is returning because we're starting an SMP with a bunch of other content creators, but it's not happening until May. But it is returning because we're doing an SMP with a bunch of other content creators. Like so many. So many. Which is very exciting. So for my Minecraft baddies, she will be returning. Until May, when May is next week. True. I forget. Oh my God, May is next week. A lot of people are going out of town. A lot of the streamers that are going to be in this SMP are going on like a little vacation for like the next week or something, or are going out of town. But there's quite a few folks who are in it. Kaylee is in it. Kaylia. I don't know if Last Edition's gonna be playing or not. I don't know. But there's a bunch of other creators who are in it. Who else? Who else is in it that I can name right now? Off the top of my head. Rose Thorn, who we love. Yaknelk, who's lovely as well. Lots of good folks. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. Please say May's next week. I know. It's crazy. So Minecraft will be returning for that. Oh my God. Yes. Yeah. It's gonna be very exciting. So we have that coming up. But I think we're starting in May because people are gonna be away for a little bit. Wait, we have not done Fortnite karaoke yet. No, I did set as one of the goals, but we should do it at some point. My brother's birthday is May 1st. I almost forgot till somebody said something. I almost forgot. Damn. That's coming up. Oh, guys, I'm going to be posting a sponsored video. Oh, my God. Wait, I forgot to tell you guys. So the Kiln game that I was talking about yesterday, you know, the one I was talking about that I'm posting. It's your birthday. I love that. Exactly, Megan. And I'll never forget it. The Kiln game I was talking about that I'm doing a sponsor for. They sent me a PR package today with make your own pottery. Isn't that so cute? I use TikTok Live Studio. Isn't that so cute? I was like, oh. Wait, let me grab it and I'll show it to you guys. They also sent me a little, like, smock. Hold on. Well, I do pottery. That's like something I do on the side. Are you good with your what? So they sent me this little, I guess it's it's got their logo on it, but it's like a little, I don't know, towel, which is kind of cute. But then they sent me this smock and I was like, okay, wait, okay. This is literally like a pottery smock. I was like, I feel like a real pottery. I was like, oh my God, I'm such a baddie. Isn't that so cute? Isn't that adorable? So they sent me this, which I loved. And then they sent me this home pottery kit. Guys. And it comes with, show me what you made, please. With like a little quick start guide. There's paints in here. There's clay. Here's the clay. So, isn't that so fun? Base coat. Bunch of tools. I was like, oh my God, wait, this is so fun. Isn't that cute? I think this has like a sponge in it too. Help shape. So fun. Yeah. I was like, oh my God. So anyways, guys, download the game. And they sent me the game as well. So I got to play that at some point. Are you going to reenact the? Yes, I would love to. I'm going to so bad. Yeah. Came with all the pottery tools. It's like, oh my God. I feel like I'm doing it. What are you going to make? I don't know. My mom wants to do, I told my mom I got this today because it came in the mail this morning when I was leaving my apartment. Hi, Madison. How are you? And she was like, oh, let's do it this weekend. So we might do that this weekend. PR. Yeah. I also, they sponsored a video. So I have I'm posting a video after stream today. So support the video, about the game, be on TikTok. Posting a video on the stream or after stream today about the game. But they sent me a nice little box PR package to go with it because they're very sweet. And I love it because they're like an indie company. So that's cool as shit. You know what I mean? Trust me, I've done sponsorships with big boys and they don't send me shit. So I know. How sweet of them, right? I was like, oh my God, adorbs. Oh my God, adorbs. Love. Love, love, love. So anyways, that's tea. I'm so good. I took off of work till my, oh, I love that. Much better than Temu. Yes. They're still emailing about Temu, by the way. I said, I'm not doing it. And they still are emailing me. I'm like, okay, girl, get out of here. Get out of here. Okay. Oh my God, here it is. Are we ready? Jenna Moonjoy just sent me the full list for my birth chart. Are we ready? How does this work? I'm just gonna read the message straight through. Okay, so if anyone asks for your big three, which I already knew this: Cancer Sun, Libra Moon, and Gemini Rising. Yeah, Zacharias Christ. So stupid. So stupid. I don't know why I'd agreed to do one of them. So right off the bat, you can see how you make money from being creative and playing video games or music. And this ties into your 3H, whatever that means, which is communication and technology. I don't know what the H's stand for, but slay. Is that house? Your Venus and Mars in your 1H mean that your values and motivations are heavily tied to yourself. And your Vesta is whatever a Vesta is, my vestibule, is also in your 1H. Since this is ruled by Gemini, it means that you're great at communicating these things, but also means you're impulsive with what you say. Noted. Impulsive with what I say. Muted. Muted. Why, yes, impulsive. Going to your Mercury in the 3rd house, opposite Neptune RX, so a prescription. In the 9th house, you might struggle to find balance between your spiritual / higher thinking beliefs and how you have to communicate. Noted to shit. You also have your moon square that what does RX stand for? Retrograde. Okay. No, that's okay. I get it. I get it. Square that Neptune retrograde, which means your emotions dictate your spiritual and higher ed think college beliefs. Yup. As well as how you perform. Yup. This Neptune energy also squares off with your Saturn, so it can be hard to find a balance between doing the things you need to do versus what you feel like doing. Literally right now with me having to play Fortnite. Noted and fucking clocked. Noted and fucking clocked. You would rethink this all the time. Noted and fucking clocked. I would recommend with starting how you feel, especially when it comes to being creative and doing your own thing and finding balance. This is, can we get noted merch? Literally. And doing your own thing and finding balance in order to be able to get the hard things done. You rethink your health and maybe being intimate with others often. Noted and clocked. And having a hard time finding someone that aligns with your values. Yeah. And now we're getting progressions here soon too. This is great. I mean, it's so true though. It's so true. You guys see it right there. You want me to read it out? Sorry, I was like, I don't know. I thought it'd be fun. We're doing it, No, it's great. I'm glad it was accurate. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wait, what is this? We're reading my birth chart and my what is the difference between a birth chart and a progress chart? Progress is like my life now versus my birth chart. Do you have any specific questions, Batty? What do I do when I feel depressed and gray? So what do I do when I don't want to do anything? Is that part of something? Or is that just me just existing? And girl, take some meds. I got you. I knew it. I knew it. Up your meds. Yeah, right. No, actually, I feel like that would be worse. That'd make me want to do things more. I want to know mine too. Guys, let's all do our birth charts together. Can Moon help you with the sugar date? I'll never forget when my zodiac said no diving. Like, no swimming diving? Oh. Internal energies. Oh my God. I mean, listen, I have a lot of questions. I think a lot of them center around what we talked about earlier with the Pretty Broski thing. What if I don't know the exact minute I was born, but know the hour? I think you need to know the minute, don't you? Isn't it the minute? Internal energy sounds like a Pokemon booster pack. It does. You need your tarot cards read next. You know what's so funny? I did a tarot card reading. Oh God, I think 2 years ago now. and before I started being a full-time streamer, and they were like, there will be the biggest career shift of your entire life, and it will be the best thing you have ever done, but also the most stressful thing you have ever done on that tarot reading. And I was like, okay, bitch. I'm like, sure. I'm like, yeah, okay. Oh my God, I should, Ash. Has she been streaming lately? I feel like I haven't seen her streaming in a hot minute. Has she been streaming? Wait, you read tarot too? Wait. No, she's been gone on a trip, I think. Oh, okay. I was like, feel like I haven't seen her stream in a hot minute. Can you leave out the death card? I said we can't just mean that. Doesn't mean I think I got the death card because it was the death of my career at the time. Because I was going through a whole transitional phase, and that's when I started like full-time streaming. It was like when I was starting the Animal Crossing shit up. It was all around that time that I had this tarot reading happen. Clap if you think. Clap if you think she should suffer. Yeah, makes sense. Guys, fuck, it's almost 4 o'clock. Oh my God. I'm trying to brainstorm what we do here. I'm trying to brainstorm right now. I mean, I'm having a lovely time right now too. But also at the same time, I'm having fun just yapping. I'm good. But at the same time, I'm like, ooh, TikTok. Ooh, TikTok. Oh my God, Megan, we're doing that next time we play it. Remember what your therapist said? True. What if I don't want to play anything right now and I just want to yap with you guys? And I just want to like sit like this and yap the rest of the day. Can we just do this? Can I just sit and yap like this for the rest of the day? Okay. TikTok's gonna be so fucking mad at me, guys. Oh my God. Who cares? I kind of care because I gotta, listen. As Brittany Broski said, it's like, listen, I know I'm not it's not pleasing everyone. It's not the people, it's the platform. And it's the other shit that goes with it. The bills to pay. 50 gifted, he won't go on TikTok. Honestly, my patience is so thin right now. In the most loving way possible, my patience is so thin right now because of the heated rivalry stuff. Which is so crazy. My patience is so thin right now with the heated rivalry stuff. It makes me happy. It doesn't make me money. I'm kidding, but not really. Any other TikTok comments that will make you crash out? Yeah. Can you just yap too on TikTok? I could, but I'd probably do it for my phone. What heated rivalry stuff? Oh, I posted a hot take about how I hate heated rivalry and people went nuts. Yeah, I think it worked because I did it from my phone though, not from my computer. My computer. Computer, make these guys super gay and horny. My brother just texted me. Can you do me a favor? Don't like that. Don't like that. First time he's texted me in 3 weeks. Oh. Those are really doing. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I hate those texts. I know. What's the favor? He's going on vacation next week, and I guarantee you, it's true. Chrissy's like, girl, don't do it. You're gonna have a freak out. You're gonna piss somebody off. He's going on vacation next week, and usually when he goes on vacation, he'll be like, can you take me to the airport? No, he always wants me to take him to the airport. Because he refuses That's why I was thinking Francisco, because he refused. I wish they would just have it be the same way that it works on, so I could do it from TikTok Live Studio. He refuses to take his car to the airport, even though it's like $40 to leave it for several days. Or that ass, honey, am I right? Well, it is my biological brother, Leviosa, so I don't want his ass. It is my blood brother. Since I was a child, he's 4 years younger than me, but clocked, Leviosa clocked. Hi, Beans. Don't want that. Hey, don't shame my king. Bye, Beans. Oh my God. Let's see what he says. I responded what with no other, I didn't do a period, nothing. No, I'm not going to take him to the airport. If he asks me, I won't do it. Because I'm going to have to cancel stream for a whole day. I'm going to have to cancel stream for a whole day to do it. I'm not doing it. He can leave his car at the airport. He'll be fine. It costs $40 to leave it there for a week. I will literally give him $40 to leave it there for the week. Or literally, well, no, he's like an hour and a half drive from the airport. The Uber's too expensive. Guys, you understand, we live in upstate New York. Oh. Never mind. He's asking me about his credit and to look at his taxes. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay, we love him again. I can look at it after my stream. There you go. He's like, I guess he's like, my student loans are affecting my credit, but I have auto pay on. It shouldn't, I don't know. I'll look at it later. I'm the one who, I did all of his student loan stuff for him. Okay, we got the bit about the progress chart. Are you ready? They always tend to be about my car. Always. Do you have pics of him? We want to see how he looks like. I don't think I have any real pictures of him, actually. He's a very straight version of me. He actually doesn't look like me at all. He doesn't look like me at all, actually. I look more like my mom, and he looks like my dad. Okay. Oh, always. Me too, Twisted Stitcher. I mean, he will not talk to, I've not spoken to him probably in a month and a half. And he just messaged me now. He's sending me all these student loan things. I'm like, okay, girl. Okay. Here we go. So you're in your progressed energies, you're Cancer rising, which means there's more focus on your home life. True. Remember, progress is all internal energy, so how you're feeling on the inside. Your ability to create, to be creative has shifted into how you make money and what you value, but so has some painful aspects and some deep transformation. You're rethinking your beliefs about how you entertain. You just need to find balance and maybe go back to playing games you've played in the past that brought you comfort. You might be having more technology issues lately, or issues with society. Okay, clocked. Or both, LOL. You're finding great success in entertaining, but at the same time, your values and relationships are directly feeding into you, feeling bad about your creative process. It feels like you're at odds with how you feel and your responsibilities often. Okay, clocked my shit. That last sentence clocked my shit there. Noted. Noted, honey. I love that, though. So how do I fix that shit? What if I don't want to play any games? There's the real fucking question for you. Noted is a good bet. Okay, now let me look how to help. Don't you have to be like in the room for tarot readings? I'm sure Kamu Joy is also like relating it to this current instance. Not really. Oh. I always thought you had to be like in the room for it. You should have to connect with someone's energies. That's the thing is like, can you connect with my energy if I'm so away? I'm a million years away from most people. I sure could. Okay, are you clocking me there? Some people have long distance relationships. So basically it's phone sex. I don't know where I went with that one. I don't know where I went with that one. So basically, yeah. Okay. Depends on the person. Open up funny. Read tarot cards for years. I love that. Right. I should know. Hi, Lindsay. Guys, I want to go to my card store today, too. I don't know, Wetzel. I can't fucking decide. I'll be real with you. The only reason I'm not playing Fortnite right now is not because I don't want to. It's that I'm so exhausted because I went to the I had to wake up so early this morning. When I'm so exhausted, I literally, my brain cells are like, and so like yapping is just as easy for me than having to try and like do the show, you know? Do the show. That's why 2 Sundays ago I just did Just Chatting too, you know? If we don't play Fortnite today, guys, we will be playing Fortnite tomorrow, and we'll have to move Tomodachi Life to Sunday. I know what it says to you when you're supposed to do well. Please stop with no, I'm not going to stop with Pokemon content. I'm trying to decide if I make a separate account for the Pokemon content. If you go to the car store, can you do a binder stream? The thing is, I don't know if they're comfortable with me recording. I always feel weird when it's like a small mom and pop shop because I'm like, hey, you know what I mean? Zesty Plusle. Okay. My brain cells ran away. Like, Sparkles Cutie, who's one of our Fortnite streamers. Zesty Trades is not, that's just Grinder, bitch. That's got a whole different meaning. We can't do Zesty Trades. That's like a whole fucking different thing. That's just DL Hole, girl. Hi, Hannah. That's a totally different thing. Please don't forget anybody. You're like, I need you to play Tomodachi tomorrow. I need you to play. I need you to do it. I need you to do it. Oh, so Sparkles Cutie has a Pokemon channel. She has a Pokemon account that she posts on TikTok. That's like separate from her Fortnite account. Obviously, she just does Fortnite, but her Fortnite account. She has like a Sparkles Cutie 2 or something. I don't know what the exact name of it is. Zesty TCG. I would come up with something that's a little Pokemon related. I don't know, Kirby. I haven't decided yet. I think so, probably. I am getting a little of my energy back, so maybe we will play Fortnite and I'll start on TikTok. But I'm gonna give it like 10 more minutes and then we'll decide. Do you think you would like a Pokemon game like Pokemon Scarlet? Oh my God, I love Pokemon games, yeah. Yay, but calm down if I don't do it, okay? Is there a fruit-related Pokemon? Yeah, the apple one. Frapple? Frapple. I vote an app. Guys, I could literally close my eyes right now and fall asleep. Apple. I don't know why I said Frapple. You know, there's a podcast named Zesty Bessie? Yeah, they have like 5 viewers. Sorry, I didn't mean to like clock them like that. Not the show? Is that what you thought I was talking about from the TikTok? That's so funny. It's heteronormative. Kiss my ex. The Fortnite rivalries are heteronormative. Girl looks so sleepy. I'm so sleepy right now. It's so bad, guys. She's so bad. Quit stroking your mic arm. Don't tell me how to live my life. Coffee, perhaps? No, I already had coffee today, and I'm on a no caffeine kick because it gives me heart palpitations. Girl, go to bed. No, I will not go to bed till I need to go to bed tonight. Perhaps not. I love doing this. I love just chatting with you guys. I really do. But also, a girl's got to slay here. And got to slay on the other thing, too. Guys, after today, I'm quitting Nick Cold Turkey. You got this. This is so fun, but you look dead. Yeah. I'm also just leaning in this chair like this. He's trying to work. Oh, my gosh. Wetzel says, if you don't play Fortnite, I'm going to come to your house and shoot you. Straight man lean. Yeah. It's true. Well, hold on. I got a Discord notification. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. Hello, Chloe. Hello. It's been like a week, but wait, what? Not oral fixations. What'd you call me? I don't know, Wetzel. Give me a damn minute. God. God. Sometimes my bot bans people just before they can even send their first message. Like we just had somebody got banned and I'm like, I wonder if they're a real person or if the bot knows it's a bot. Like we get at least 7 people banned per stream. And I'm like, is it a person? Their name was oh God, I can't read that. Hierarchical Maisel. Do we think that was a real person? Be real with me. Just send you another message. Okay. The bot is a sniper. It's been a minute. I know we've been playing fucking Tomodachi Life. So it's important that you continue to put yourself in everything you do. Oh God. Oh God. Sticking to your values. Oh, this is so hard. Will help you in being able to manage your emotions and therefore your beliefs and responsibilities. Since it all ties together in your chart. Accept your transformations and continue to be creative in your own way. Be your weird self. LOL. And I might actually recommend leaning more into the aesthetics of what you do. Okay, advice. Continue to find balance in your feelings and understand that they might not ever align with how you perform. True. Being yourself will open you up to people hating on you for who you are. Heated rivalry. In the same way people love you for who you are. So just be careful. Oh, that's sweet. No, I like that. I like that. Who are you people and why are you here? Thank you. Everyone say thank you, Copy Moon Joy, for doing my whole birth chart for me. Now I want a tarot reading. Sit straight. That's why you're tired. That's not why I'm tired. Girl, I can be tired if I'm sitting up or laying down, okay? It don't matter. It don't matter. Do you have apples? Does it look like I carry apples in my household, Christy? Does it look like I'm a person who carries apples in his household? No, I did not, Chloe. You like what's going I will a gentleman joy. I love it. I wonder if you can sink even more in that chair. Yes. The thing is, it's not a caffeine issue. It's that I just didn't get enough. I had to wake up so early. So early. And so I'm tired. Haley with a sub for a year. Haley, you're hot. Thank you, Haley. Guys, let's see what my aura ring said. Hold on. Haley said, actually, it doesn't matter if you do just chatting because we're going to help you with the goal. How early is early? Like 6:30. And that's early for me. I got 5 hours and 4 minutes, and I only got 31 minutes of REM sleep. And I got 34 minutes of REM sleep. So not great. Sleep when you're dead. Yeah, that was what I said in college, and then I wanted to die. Easy to be sunk to the ground in a minute. Stress is tiring. My kitty is so stupid. He's sitting in his sexy pose. That's what I literally DM'd somebody on Grindr last night, Kenzie. That's crazy. I literally said the exact same thing to a man on Grindr last night. I said, my kitty is so stupid. He's sitting in his sexy pose. Oh, God. What if you take a short nap and then do an evening stream? No. That would screw so many things up for me. Not right now. Not right now. What are we doing? I don't know. We're gonna play Fortnite. I'm gonna do it. Wetzel Pretzel's gonna have an aneurysm. Oh, my blood sugar's fine. I'm just so tired. No, because I got to go on TikTok too. Why are you contemplating? Because I don't want to. I'm like, I'm contemplating less. If I play Fortnite, I will go live on TikTok. If I don't, I'm just chatting. And that's what I'm trying to contemplate is, do I want to start the process of the TikTok? That's what I'm trying to contemplate right now, everybody. I know you want me to play. I know what you all want. 10 subs, he plays Fortnite. You are literally at the bottom of the screen. Do you have patience for TikTok? I don't know if I do. But also at the same time, guys, yes, fuck TikTok, fuck Fortnite. No, I love Fortnite. I don't want to say fuck Fortnite because I actually love Fortnite. But a girl's got to get her bag. And a girl has not gotten her bag this week. A girl has not gotten her bag this week, so I think I have to sit my ass up. I think I have to sit my ass up. I think I got to lock in. Tomodachi, yeah. The joy of Tomodachi life has been fabulous, but it has resulted in the lack of, if you get what I'm saying. I hate talking about it because you guys know I hate talking about money shit. But it's just how the way it works. You know what I mean? I feel it, yeah. Your comments only super fans on TikTok. No, it's not even people's comments. I don't even care. Yay, Fortnite time. Let's make money. Let me see how much we've made so far on TikTok this week and see if I can expense it. Are you in the Pokemon game? No, I've been in Tomodachi life. Let's see. It is, unfortunately. And also my taxes came out of my account today. That was also another fucking blow. I looked at my account and I was like, because the 12K came out of my account today. And I was like,
She's an icon.
Lindsay!
She's a legend.
I said, they got that fast, honey. They didn't give me a second to breathe. Death to all of Lindsay, I love you!
She passed away?
Yeah, we've only made $40 on TikTok this week, so I think a girl's got to lock in. I think a girl's got to lock in at least for 2 hours. I'm pulling myself up. I'm pulling myself up. $14 hairs this week. He has risen. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. You just sit there talking, I'll play for you. That's what I should do. Is just have you guys talk while I play, and you guys play, and I talk. Fortnite now. Okay. Say it again, Wetzel, and then I'm muting your ass. I'm kidding. Hey now, make me up, coach. Me and my brains, I'm just so fried, y'all. No, I can't have a... It's so funny, because, like, $40 hairs... Okay, I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. Oh my God. Mallard, no! Why? I don't want to do that. No. Mallard, can I do it another day? I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Let me just do fucking solos, please. I don't want to. You could have $40 more if you play Fortnite. Now, how would that work, Wetzel? Are you going to send that, mister? Refund me. Where did you make this Esty bot? It's just an account that's connected. You can make an account that's like, if you wanted to, like HazeBot, and then have it connect to your stream elements. Get your purse out, honey. No, I'm kidding. Okay, let me get things ready. Inspectate the lobby. Yeah. I'm getting TikTok ready. I'm getting it ready. We're doing it. It's happening. It's happening. If we all Venmo you $1, that's true. I gotta move. I forgot to move the camera down. Shit. Hopefully that's the right thing there. Okay, we're in. Girl, yeah, no one needs to send me anything. Y'all are too broke. I felt like that was mean. You guys aren't too broke. I'm saying like everybody's too broke to be able to afford shit. Maybe that was just a troll video. I don't know. I heard this kid come in the shop. No, so it is coming. It is coming to the locker. It is coming. No, I am, but damn. Sorry, I didn't mean to roast you guys. I also, you know, noted and clocked. All right. We're doing this. Lock in, everybody. We're going live on TikTok. I need you all to lock in with me, okay? Okay? And Wetzel, I better see you, baby. Are we locking in? We're doing 2 hours. Okay? Here we go. Let's put on the fucking show, baby. And I swear to God, it better be worth it today. I swear to God, it better be worth it today. Hello, TikTok! Welcome in, baddies. Hello, TikTok. Freeze! Freeze said, actually, here's a big gift already. Freeze, is that you? Is that Wetzel? Marisol, hello. The immediate personality shift. The show begins. Thank you guys for the heart me's. Hello, baddies. We're locking in. Hi, you all. You're doing great. We're doing this. We got the energy. Actually, we are gonna play some Fortnite. We're doing good. Hello. Hi, y'all. Hey, y'all. Still clenched from what, Jess? You're clenched, babes? That's crazy. Wait, I did something wrong there. Oh no. Okay. Hello, y'all. Thank you guys for the heart me's. Welcome in. We are playing Fortnite. We are. We almost did not go live on TikTok today because a girl is very tired. Her brain is very fried, but the chat convinced me. And now here we are for a little bit. Okay, we're gonna play some Fortnite. We were just doing yapping, but we're gonna play. I'm here. Wetzel, we're waiting, babes. I'm kidding. Well, did we? We did. Guys, welcome in. Hello. Don't forget your daily heart means, your taps, the shares. I love you guys so much. I hope you're having a fabulous day. Wetzel was the one who convinced me. It's true. We've just been yapping a little bit. I've had a very long day today, so girls are very tired. I accidentally set an appointment for 8 a.m. for those who were not here on Purple. So it's been a whole morning, and I had to get up at like 6:30 because of it. So I'm very tired. Hi, Elmay Martin. How are you? But welcome in if you're joining in. I hope you're having a fabulous day. Let's play Wendy Williams to get us going. Okay, we're doing Fortnite and not Tomodachi Life for right now, y'all. I played the wrong alert. Fudge! That's how tired I am. Well, we're getting the hype train emo instead. I hit the wrong one. God damn it. Hello. Well, you get this one to start. And now you get native New Yorker.
A little vamping.
There we go.
Okay. And guess what? No one opens the door. For
Native New Yorker. Hi, Lily. Wait, really, Lemon? Wait, why? TikTok said, what are you doing? Hi, Lily. Welcome in. Guys, if you're scrolling by, make sure to leave a little follow for a Zesty Bestie, who's going to be our first one on TikTok to get us started. Freeze, thank you for the Rumble. Hello, hello. I'm doing good, Lily. I'm very, very tired. A girl is exhausted today. Kat, thank you for the follow. Taryn, thank you for the heart me. Taryn first, Kat, thank you for the first follow. And Mick, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you guys for the heart me's. Hello, hello. I am very, very tired. In the best way possible, I just had a very long morning. I had a long morning. I had to get up very, very early. That's okay, Awissa. That's all right. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Baddie. Hi, Turn. Happy Thursday. I'm just a girl. But yes, we were just getting started. I had to get up so early because I had a doctor's appointment that I forgot about. That was at 8 a.m. And whenever I set an 8 o'clock appointment, I'm like, oh my God, it's fine. 8 a.m. That's nothing. But then I also forget it takes me an hour to get ready, to drive there, to do all the things. So I had to get up at like 6:30. So a girl is, and it threw my whole schedule off. So a girl is very tired, but we're here, okay? And you know what? It's time for some Britney. I'll tell you who I am. I am your Zesty Bestie. And this is...
It's Britney, bitch.
Okay, so girls say my 7 points from 11. Yeah, don't push yourself. I promise I won't go too hard, but a girl's got to get her bag today. A girl's got to get her bag, so we're locking in a little bit. It isn't up on screen. Oh, let me put her up. Thank you for letting me know. There it goes. But yes, welcome in. Angelica, thank you. Twisted Stitcher. Hi, Gabby. We're doing some for today. Tomorrow, we're going to do Tomodachi Life. So we'll be back with Tomodachi Life tomorrow, and we're going to make Grindr and Wendy Williams fall in love. And I also think we're going to make random characters as well as more Glee characters tomorrow. So that's the plan for tomorrow with Tomodachi Life. But we're going to play Fortnite. We're not going to be like on crazy, but we're going to try and slay up our day and do all those things. You think it's worth it? Lou, I think it's so worth it. But also, I think you have to be very creative to love this game. I don't think I would love this game as much if I didn't have you guys to play it with. Does that make sense a little bit? You didn't need to buy a new Switch for it. Gabby, girl, it plays on a Switch 1, honey. Uh-oh, Gabby. Gabby, you spent money you did not need to, babes. You could have played that on your Switch 1. You did not need to spend money on that. It is on both. It's on all the Switches. Awkward. Gabby, return, babes. Return. Hit that return button. Guys, thank you for the gifties. Don't forget your daily heartbeats if you're coming in. Oh, no. Yes, it does play on every Switch console. You can play it on every single one. It doesn't. Only Pokopia is a Switch 2 exclusive. But now you can play Pokopia if you want to. So I guess that's an upper. In a way. Guys, thank you for the heartbeats. And guys, if you're new here, hit the follow button. We're 3 away from 5 new followers. Gabby's like, yay. Gabby's crying in the background, actually. Gabby's sobbing in the background, being like, why did I do this? I wish it was multiplayer. Honestly, Lou, I think it'd be so funny as multiplayer. Wait, how do you like the Switch 2? I mean, I love the Switch 2. It's like a next gen system compared to the Switch 1. Plays a lot smoother, a lot better. And even Fort, yes. Yeah, Fort plays better on it too. I mean, listen, the Switch 2, eventually all the games are going to be Switch 2 exclusive anyways. So like, they're going to stop making them for Switch 1. So, you know. Got it now instead of later. You know what I mean? All right, Hector. I figured that was your name over there. I love it. I love it. But yes, guys, we are 3 followers away from 5 new followers on TikTok. So if you're scrolling by, let me introduce myself right now to say hello.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text me. Bitch, it's slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald. Vivian.
ITGIRL.
With the follow.
You know I am that girl. Shh, bitch, don't kiss and tell.
I feel ya, I mean.
Girlfriend, ATL.
If I had the, and Maria, thank you for the follow. If I had the Animal Crossing Switch 2, I also probably would not. as well because it's such a cool color. The one thing I don't like about the Switch 2 is the way that they changed the color of the Joy-Cons. I feel like it's so, ugh, you know what I mean? He's so zesty. That's me, girl. Tomorrow we're going to play Tomodachi Life. So if you're here for Tomodachi Life, we will have it tomorrow afternoon. A girl is very tired, so we're just going to play some Fortnite for a couple of hours and hang out and yap. But tomorrow will be Tomodachi Life. Tomorrow will be the Tomodachi Life. I promise. And we will... I was thinking we could also make, like, I don't know, Helix Studios a person or something. I don't know. We'll do something crazy tomorrow. Michael, thank you for the heart me. We're going like so full gay into that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Promise, please. I promise. I promise. Press play. Now, Wetzel, girl, you said, where's the Fort? What are you talking about? You were like, no, honey. Honestly, this shoe is such a huge for me handle mode. Yeah, we're going to hop into the game, though. Let's do it. I'm lost. What are you lost about, Ross? Guys, welcome and thank you for being here. No, you're the best, Liz. And guys, thank you for the heart me's and the love. What's your region? NA? Well, not NA East because it doesn't exist anymore. I guess NA Central. Chandler, thank you for the follow too. Hi, Cowboy. What time do you usually stream, Allison? We are on much later than usual on TikTok, but we've been live for 2.5 hours on Twitch. But a girl is very tired and we almost didn't go live on TikTok because TikTok sometimes is like doing a little bit of a show. And we were kind of just chatting over on Purple for a hot minute. So today has been a little all over the place with timing. This is not the usual time. Did that change? Yep, I made a mistake. I gotta fix that. Hold on. Let me fix that. I gotta restart it. Hold on. So usually we're on around 1 EST to 2 EST when I'm like in our regular time. And then, hold on. And then and then we start on TikTok anywhere from 2 to 3-ish usually. Usually I give or take some amount of time in between. You know. Usually. Oh, I got to turn the volume up. Hold on. But that's the usual time. Do you really video games you're not streaming? Yes. Right now I haven't been playing a lot, but I've been playing Marvel Rivals. I'm almost to diamond in Marvel Rivals right now. Do you play PC? I do play PC. Okay, the chat should reload on Purple, y'all. Here in a few. Wait, what? Yes, just hold on to L to do that. What's the plot? There is no, that's the point, Ross. There is no plot. It's nothing and everything. All at once. Is Marvel, I mean, it's a free game to get, Hector, so you can play it for free. You could play it for free. What is this thing? Well, I've never seen that. Wait, hold on. I gotta do one thing real quick. Okay, should be good now. It is free to play, so if you want to try it out, it's free. Guys, I don't know how my gameplay is gonna be today. I'm gonna be real with you. We're gonna see how I play. I gotta get the volume up. Hold on. Thing there. Gave you the follow. Oh my god. How are you liking this with you? I mean, I love it, Katie. So you're gonna get a heated rivalry. Okay. Your gamer girl, thank you for the 50 minutes. How are you, Bash? Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the new followers if you're coming in. Fun. Yeah, we may do some non-BR maps too today. That could be fun. Maybe we'll try out some things. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Your place or mine when it gets dark. Now, honey, take me out to dinner first. How about that? How about you take me to a nice place for dinner? Okay. I say we do karaoke if we say the goals today. How's that sound? I say we do that. Would you play Reload? Maybe I would. You should play Ranked. The only thing I don't like about Ranked is there's no rivalries in the game with Ranked. Which rival rivals would you recommend for a beginner? Wanda is a great one. Cloak and Dagger, because they don't take aim. So they're not too bad to, like, if you're learning the game to start, you know. Yes, I'm a keyboard and mouse baddie. I am. Because I don't panic, really. Megan, thank you for the heartbeat, by the way. Ruby with the follow. Okay, baddie, I see you. Play Ring Reload if you want the action. That sounds horrifying. How do you do it? I'm just used to playing mouse and keyboard. I've been a mouse and keyboard player since I was a kid. Like, everything I played was on PC, really. You know. So I say thank you for the follow. Now, user, take me out to dinner first. You know the rule. You know the rule. Girl, what? I don't know. Wait, does the audio sound weird? Maybe, oh, maybe I'm imagining things. I feel like the audio sounded weird. Fine, okay. Should write notes with my glasses on, yeah. Ooh. Sounds fine. Okay, okay, T. Hello, everyone. Hi, Mystical Magpie. How are you? Bot? Yeah, bot. Hi, Raven. How are you? Welcome in. Good afternoon. Like the mood. Okay, user. I switched controller to MK 6 months ago. How quick I adjusted? Yeah, it really depends. Popping up. Wait, really, Ash? Oh my gosh. It really depends. Okay, guys, you see how I'm like building my energy up? We're doing this. It's happening. Girl, can I hit a shot today? Never mind. My God, I can't even hit one shot. Thank God it's a bot. Thank God it's a bot. Damn. Thank God it's a bot, y'all. Jeez Louise. My goodness. Thank God it's a bot. Oh, oh, and this is not a bot. Where is he? Okay, big fat scammer. Okay, big fat scammer. That was his username, not mine. Fuck, I hit the top of the tree. Okay, big fat scammer. These things to be. How long have you been playing Fortnite? Almost 2 years now. August, it'll be 2 years. Through the pain. Oh my gosh, I'm sending you love. And guys, if you're new here, make sure to follow for a Zesty Bestie. We're almost at 10 followers on TikTok. What are your settings? Did my stream just crash? Uh-oh. Can you guys see me? Am I frozen? Am I live? Can you guys see me? Glitchy but good now. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Okay, you froze for a sec. My thing like freaked out. Okay, okay, we're good though. I was like, uh-oh. Okay, T. I missed the question. What was the question somebody asked? We can see you. Okay, all right. Gotta make sure that we're good. Sorry guys, we like crashed there for a second. Somebody asked a question, but I don't know. How long were you streaming? Oh, 6 years. I've been streaming for 6 years. Can't see the sub goal though. Oh shit, I gotta refresh it. Hold on, Bailey. I'll do that after this round. Let me remind me after this round, guys. I gotta refresh that goal. It does that sometimes. I will fix her after this round. But yes, welcome in, y'all. I hope you're having a fabulous day. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing at Tomodachi Life again. We just taken a day break from Tomodachi Life for some fort for the afternoon, and we're almost at 10 followers. We submitted Wetzel. I'm gonna kick your ass here soon. Wetzel. Where is everybody? Oh. Oh, he was in there. He was hiding in there. Is Tomodachi worth the hype for Bokopia? I mean, both are great. I will say, I don't think I would love Tomodachi Life if I didn't get to play with you guys and do crazy things. Okay, prove it. Honey, you're the one who has to prove it in here. I did this for you, queen. Oh, shit. And see, you distracted me. And I'm going to take fall damage and die. Wetzel. And I have no shield, only 70 health. Jerry, thank you for the heart me. Oh, no, you're so fine, Noonie. My graphics, they're just they're at normal, I think. Nothing crazy. I think they're on like high, not ultra. The whole there's BS, I know. High, low, low. I can check after this game though. Tomorrow will be Tomodachi Life. We're taking a little break from it today. Just for today, though. Please let there be heals in here. I don't want to get seen by these robots though. Fuck. Okay. Heals? No heals. No heals. Fall damage. Oh no! No heals. No head? Well. I think it's way more chaotic than Animal Crossing, actually. And it's less, I would say it's less like Animal Crossing. It's more like Sims than Animal Crossing, I would say. A little bit, but not crazy. Not crazy, Jasmine. Thank you for the heart me. We actually watched a really good video about it earlier on TikTok. I'm gonna practice with this one. Wait. You know I love you. Uh-huh. Hi, Siren. It's like low maintenance Sims. Yes, I would say low maintenance Sims is a great like equivalent for it. A great equivalent for it. For sure. Vanessa, we haven't in a hot minute just because of all the ethical things going on with The Sims, but I would love to bring it back one day. One day. I would say also it's a more chaotic, like low maintenance, but more chaotic in that you can do like crazy things in the game. Obviously, we made Grinder in the game. You know what I mean? Like, so like, you know, thank you guys for the heart me goal. Thank you, baddies. I did not play the original. No, Hector, I didn't. So there's definitely like a lot more going on, you know? You know what I mean? Let's see if there's anything good in the chests here. We're top 10. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out here for a minute. How are we doing, y'all? Guys, thank you for the taps and shares as well. Let's even get to, are we at 30 shares? I don't even know. Let me set a new goal on TikTok. And only Jacob, thank you for the gifties. Let me do that real fast. I'm gonna do hand hearts for the next one. There we go. There we go. Quick intro to new baddies.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty. And then also.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, you're slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
Hold
on.
You know I am that girl.
Yay, should fix the symbol as well. Did that fix, guys? Albert with all the hand hearts. Oh my God, wait, you're so hot. And Cherry too. Oh my God, you guys are so hot. Did that fix it on the screen? Can you guys see the symbol on purple now? Hi, Pop-Tart. Where are you from? New York. Oh my God, thank you guys. Wait, Cherry and Albert, thank you. How's your day? Good. I'm very tired today. A girl's very, very tired today. Vanessa, thank you too. Okay, thanks, guys. I had to wake up super early, and I was not planning to wake up super early today. I had to get up at like 6:30. So we almost didn't go live on TikTok because we were just yapping on purple, but chat convinced me to go live for a little bit. And these goals turn a girl on. They do turn a girl on. They make me nice and wet. I don't even know. Never mind. Guys, stop talking. Guys, thank you for the love. Watching from South Africa. Whoa, that's crazy. Albert! Oh my God, Albert's going crazy right now. Nice and what? Well. Been crossing them lips since you tried. Y'all are crazy today. I love it. The other shotgun is so much better. I know. I should have swapped to it. I need to practice more with this one too, though. I'm so bad with this one. It is, yeah, Grace. Yep. It is. You're. Oh my God, thank you guys, Morgan. Oh my God, thank you guys. And you should think of the follow. You guys are being baddies. I'm gonna swap back to this one. My issue's going insane right now. Well, what was this conversation? Who knows? Yeah, I do like the iron pump. The thing is, I need to get better at using the thank you, Hope, with the 2 boobs for the follow. And Nayla, thank you for the header. Oh my God, you guys laid that goal up. I'll set a new one here in just a second, guys. To keep the, let me do it to get the rhythm going. I'll set one again because you guys are going crazy. Because you guys went nuts. Let's do hat and mustaches. 20 of those. There we go. Boom. Done. Oh, somebody's here. I'm waiting. What do we got? I missed a shot! I'm not even firing right now. Oh my god, I'm shooting blanks. Oh my god, there's too many people. I got one, but I'm dead here. I have 1 health, guys. I got 1, but I have 1 health. I have 1 health, guys, and this other person is out there, I think. Unless they got did they get eliminated? Pizza, pizza! Sometimes I say yes. Oh my god, thank you for that. Whoever sent the, oh, thank you, Queen, for the hat and mustache. Okay. Holy crap, y'all. That was kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Fuck, I knew they were waiting for me. Come on, give me the, no, I need the gloves. Fuck. Give me the gloves. Oh my god, I want to die. Okay. Oh, honey. Where is that other person? Reload, thank you. I knew it! Fuck, I'm dead. I'm dead. Damn it! I knew it. I should have known. I shouldn't try to push into there. I kind of am over the gloves. I'm kind of over the gloves. The gloves are actually do so much damage. It's kind of crazy. What a rat. Hi, Vanessa. Guys, thank you for the goodies and the love. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follows. I'm actually kind of over the gloves. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, I feel like when I get hit with the gloves, I quite literally, I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm thrown through a loop. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I'm thrown through a loop. I can't move. Like, I'm like, I don't know why. It makes me go, I can't like calmly be a human being. But guys, if you're new here, let me introduce myself. Say hello. We're so tired.
You know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text me. Bitch, is slow, can't get
Oh my god, she's bald. Charlie with the follow. You know I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It girlfriend ATL.
I am shocked I got that kill on that guy earlier, but if we live for these, I'm glad. And yes, we will be playing Tomodachi Life tomorrow. I know a lot of you guys joined yesterday or the day before. Girl, my glasses are filthy for Tomodachi Life. We're playing that tomorrow. We're just doing a little fort for the afternoon today and trying to rock and roll our goals for the day. I love this skin. It's like my main skin now. All right, there we go. A little bit better on my glasses. A little bit better on my glasses now. Yeah. You guys are already slaying the goal, though. I really appreciate it. I know. Hi, Irv. See, many people use them for weapons, but they're insane. Yeah, the thing is, they're like, I don't even know how to describe it, but they're insane as weapons. M Justice, thank you for the hat of mustaches. I missed that. Thank you. Marco, thank you for the follow, too. Thank you, Spicy Taco. Yeah, I'm trying to practice because the combo with the air shot with the gloves is really good if you can land it. Anyways, honestly, is that a game I feel like you need right away? Chessie, thank you for the follow. 4K sound, I love that. I will say Tomodachi Life for me is such a fun game, but it is also a game that I don't know if I didn't love if I didn't have you guys like making jokes with me on it. You know what I mean? Like I think we're the funny part about the game, you know? So I don't know if I would have the same love for it as I do right now if if it was like just, you know what I'm saying? Hi, Sally. Hi, Brochet. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, I think part of the love I have for it right now is because I have you guys playing with me and we're making like crazy shit happen in the game all the time, you know? You know? I feel like if that wasn't the case, I wouldn't be as into it. Love your intro. I'm glad. I feel it seems right. Yeah, I think that's like part of it. Now, don't get a big head from that. I'm not saying you guys changed my world. Thank you, Starlight. I appreciate that. Okay, don't get yourselves all worked up on that one. All right. Emily, thank you for the mustache, by the way. And Rachel. Thank you, Starlight. It means a lot to me. Well, faces, exactly. We did, though. Don't make yourselves too happy about that one. You should have world, though. Oh, Samantha. Now my heart is shattered. Oh, so you hate us. Oh, so you hate us. Oh, so you hate us. Wow. Meow. Nothing. Neville Papperman. Yeah, I used to get that a lot, actually. I used to get that more than Tyler Oakley. Now I get Tyler Oakley. Any fun weekend plans? Nothing new yet. And no, but that T-Place ended up being like a one of those like MLM marketing scheme bullshit things. Like it wasn't even real. I was kind of disappointed. I'm glad you liked it, Starlight. I warned you. Yeah. Oh. You love us. Yeah. What a hoax. I know. K-Hawk, thank you for the follow. Oh my God, I didn't know it did that. Hello? I haven't been on the ride in a while. I didn't know it shot me up that far. Holy cow. Thank you guys for the follows. Welcome in. And that's what he said. Wow. So I told you they look like Tyler Oakley. Girl, get out of here. Do you believe in things like Bigfoot? Yes. I think Bigfoot's real. That is something I will stand behind. Haven't been on a ride in a while, unfortunately, Katie. I think Bigfoot's real. Sometimes, Emily, if there's nobody here, but I get nervous when there's other people here to like activate it. You know what I mean? But I do think it's only bots here, so we might be okay to play the game. Jersey Devil. Do you believe in Tyler Oakley? No, I don't think he's real. But I've watched way too many episodes of, what is that show called? The Bigfoot Show? Oh my God, what is that show called, guys? Zach, I literally love it. It's in my binder right now. I put it in last night. Finding Bigfoot. Yes, Finding Bigfoot. I've watched too many episodes of Finding Bigfoot to not think it's real. Okay. And I know it's all fake, but like, I want to believe. I want to believe, all right? A girl wants to believe. Edit Sky, thank you for posting the penis in the chat. Really appreciate that. Looks so good. Nom, nom, nom. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Hi, Lindsay. How are you? Nummy, nummy, nummy. See if anybody else is around. Where is my... I'm over here. Not a girl, by the way. You're not a girl? You're not a girl, Anissa? Let's check my water. Well. Oh my God, this thing takes forever. Yeah, don't even worry about it. And it's gonna give me trash. Trash. Nah, Siren, you don't have to play the game. I mean, I shot one. God bless my soul with a uterus. Congratulations. I'm so happy you have a uterus. Congrats, girl. I don't know what you're gonna say. Do you want a prize for having something that half the population has? I don't really understand. I don't know where you're trying to get from that. Like, girl, congrats on the uterus, I guess. It's a blessing. That's SD Bestie Beans. Clearly it's something you want. No, honey, I'm gay. The last thing I want anything near me is a uterus. The last thing I want anything near me is a uterus. I'll be real. Like, get that out of me and away from me. No, thank you. Utero, no for me. Utero, no. Okay, a very big harpoon gun. Trust me, you don't want a uterus. For $1 million, would I get a uterus? No, no, I wouldn't. Not really. On my thing there. I'm gay, not trans. If that's what you're wondering. Wow, oh my God, this hits hard. Oh my God, okay, that hits much harder than I thought it did. Damn, girl, that's crazy. That's a wild range. How's your love life? Girl, get out of here. Wetzel! Are you? I have not seen the new stuff yet, Katie Bird. No. To choke us. Well, user, thank you for the follow too. It's a wild surgery. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I think I like this though. Kind of eats. What is this thing? Start combat quest. Equip a ranged weapon. I have one. Headshot an opponent with a pistol or an SMG. Okay, deal. Hi, Alex. Guys, we're 15 hat mustache away from the goal. What's your star sign? I'm a Cancer. Wait, let me see if I can get the anonymous. I wonder if they're a bot or a real person. I wonder if they're a bot or a real person. Let's find out. Will I die or live? There they are. I gotta hit a headshot, right? There we go. Got it. I got the headshot. I got the headshot. Yes. Wait, Organized Chaos. Which one? I can't find them anywhere. I tried to get in the Walmart one last night. I can't get a single goddamn thing. Oh, Tilly, I'm sending you love. Well, your wife love, specifically. We do play Fort 2, yes, yeah. Fort's one of our big games that we play. I was betting on Scorpio. No, I have a Gemini Rising and a Libra. Wait, was it Gemini Rising? Yeah, and my moon is in Libra. I haven't stocked them here yet. Yeah, I don't think they've stocked them here yet either fully. They've been doing like pre-releases here. This person's trying to bait me in. Because there's only one set of gunfire. They're trying to bait me in here. Do you see that? He's trying to bait me in, guys. Wow, Megan. Bait you. Trade. April 24th, yeah. Beaver's co-star. I have Kellyanne. Am I glitching again for you guys? Or is it just Wetzel Pretzel giving me shit? Where is he? Where'd he go? Where is this guy? Oh, I hear him. Fuck, there he is! bitch. Oh, wait, let me emote on him. Hold on. Let me emote on him. Do 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 do. I think I'm gonna go with this. Amber, thank you for that. Wait, Amber Dix, thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hat and the mustache, baddie. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Wetzel girl, you're getting on my nerves. I'm gonna give you 3 more minutes. Revive dropped. Wait, did he drop a revive? Ooh. Mm-hmm. Oh, there it is. I see it. Girl, can I grab it? Damn. Absolutely fabulous shot. Brandy with the hat and mustaches. Oh, you're hot for that. You're glitching? No, I get you. I don't think I'm glitching. You might need to just refresh the live, Wetzel, if I am glitching for you. Just do a little refresh. You should be good. Usually, this side equip's usually equipped. I don't know where he is. Guys, it's John Cena's birthday. Happy birthday to John Cena. May he have a fabulous day. My mom caught me gooning to your stream. Well, I do like lobster. Oh, we got somebody up here. We got 2 people. Jesus! I hate those gloves. Oh my God. Girl, I couldn't even track him. Computer, make these guys super gay and horny. Oh, Lil Lo. Wait, thank you for the gifty. Thank you, Lil Lo. I appreciate that, fatty. Bam, 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 bam. Those frosting gallons? Yeah. He did. He did. And but guys, can we stay our goals up today? That's the I think we can do it. I got a challenge us, y'all. Hi, ho ho, how are you? On the plants. All right. Do. Hi, Gabriel. Emily, thank you for the hat and the mustache. Wait, what is this? Phantasmal Flame booster box offer. Invite only purchases at Pokemon Center. Oh, I don't have that. I'm still banned on Pokemon Center. Damn, that sucks. But guys, if you're new here, make sure to leave a follow for Zesty Bestie.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text me, bitch. It's slow.
Wetzel girl, you promised a lot of things before we started, okay?
ITGIRL.
You know I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It girlfriend ATL.
Kels, I love that. I know it's such a good hack, right? Morgan with a follow. Why? Because I was trying to get in for one of the pre-releases and I refreshed the page too fast that they were like, you're a bot, and they banned me. So now I'm IP banned from the Pokemon Center website. Penny Pasta and Callan, thank you for the gifties. Callan, thank you for the mustache. So now I'm IP banned from the Pokemon Center website. Kind of homophobic if you ask me, but I don't know. Kind of homophobic if you ask me. Knew you're a bot, I know. Penny, thank you again for another hat and mustache. Thank you, thank you. I know, Megan. It is like Pop Mart. Yes, I need you to lock in, girl. And see the iconic pictures. Hello. I'm gonna think of the mustache. And baddies who have been missing Minecraft, by the way, exciting news. Really exciting news. I'm starting a new SMP with some other content creators starting next month. So Minecraft will be back with some new content creator friends, which I'm really excited about. Some of which you know. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm very excited about it. Very excited about it. It'll be back next month, though. I think we're going to start at like beginning of May. So, you know, like a week and a half from now. We're playing Minecraft. It's a lot of fun. It'll be a lot more fun when I'm playing with other people, because that was my goal, was to move us into like playing it with other people. So I think it'll make it a lot more enjoyable daily, you know? You know? You know? Fuse to fight scalpers. Yeah, the scalping problem is the biggest. It's so bad. You're only 8 hand mustaches away. Thank you, guys. I missed it, Wetzel. I didn't see it. Scalpers and resellers being the same thing that GCG community? Yeah, they are. My God! Girl, that was crazy. One, I loathe that stupid thing is bugged out. I absolutely hate that those gloves are bugged like that when you're crouched. It drives me crazy. You pay me $40 for you to give views, for getting you views when you put Fortnite on? Wetzel, I'm about to ban your ass. I had views before I was playing Fortnite, mind you. You are 2 steps away, girl, from being banned in this chat. You are 2 steps away. So I would say keep it very, very, very close. Okay, honey? I'm tired and you don't want to play with me, honey. I'm sorry, I hate them. YOLO, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hi, J. Louise. Yeah, the glove meta is very annoying for me. I'm kind of over the glove meta. It was cute for like a little bit, but it's very much becoming like the meta, and I'm like, oh God. And it's always bugged. Any welcome? Girl, you said that yesterday. But I will welcome you anyways.
Bitch, you know
I recognize your username from yesterday saying the exact same message. Oh my God, she's bald! TGIRL. Said that yesterday, girl. Y'all think I don't notice you people. I see you every day. I am playing with y'all, okay? I clock you every day. First time I check, kind of nervous. Right, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Noted. Noted. No coconut. One of my friends at Quay J made it for me. Hi, Genesis. Oh, Tilly. That's how the world works, unfortunately. Okay, I think that's a real person, so I'm gonna avoid. I don't know where I wasn't even paying attention to where I was landing. Hi, Tay Tay. I wasn't paying. Oh, I'm so dead. Give me a gun, baby. La 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 la. Give me a gun, baby. Matcha today? Oh, banana matcha sounds awful. But you can sing? I do have a degree in musical theater. Crazily enough. Banana matcha sounds... I hate matcha, though, in general, so I feel like I would hate that. Anyways. Like, that sounds disgusting to me in anyways. They are bugged when you crouch and use them. They're bugged when you crouch. They don't shoot you up if you're crouched or sliding. Again, I also just don't like matcha in general. Matcha sounds, it's like nasty. He is moi. He's Trey. There's somebody in your bio here. Wait. Oh my God, that's a bot. I was like, hello? Girl, can I pay attention? Oh my God, can I lock in? Fuck! I'm so sick of the crouching thing. This is why I don't like playing this game, dude. I'm so sick of the dick hopping on this game. I'm so over it. I know the crouch thing drives me crazy. I hate it. Oh, Twitter is Twitter for sure. Amelie and Liz, guys, thank you for the gifties. Say go to work for me. Yes. Maggie, thank you for the follow. It really is though. Tell me it isn't. Tell me it isn't. It's like, it's literally insane. Drives me crazy. And baddies, we better lock the F in. I swear to God, we're doing this for y'all. I swear. I had matcha in Japan. Yeah, I just don't like I don't like matcha in general. Kind of like with the heart me. It's like when I do it. I just don't like matcha in general. I don't mind crouching, but I hate it when they're like crouching up and down like this, like constantly. So it's like, so their hitbox becomes like buggy. The issue is that their hitbox becomes buggy because it's all bugged out right now. You know what I mean? Tomorrow, Corin. Tomorrow we will have Tomodachi Life all day tomorrow. All day tomorrow. But I want you guys to all go repost the Wendy Williams one that we posted because we're trying to get that one to grow a little bit more because it did not pop off for some reason. It's the second video on there on our channel right now on TikTok, and go watch it too. But everybody go repost that one if you're a baddie because it's the Wendy Williams grinder one. And I think it needs to be shared out to everybody. I know you did, Megan. What time did you post it? I posted it literally yesterday and it says 700 views. So the reason is people keep reporting my account because of my stupid ass. People are mad about my heated rivalry take. So everyone keeps reporting my account and sending me death threats every day. I'm like, damn, girl. Hi, Toby. How are you? I guess everything else, yeah. Thank you, T-Rage. Good to see you. Hi, Ella. I know. Oh, yeah. I've been getting crazy threats over that TikTok post. Like we were talking about earlier, crazy threats. Every day. I'm like, okay, whatever. Thanks, Sammy. Right, Rachel? That's my thing. I'm like, damn, really proving yourselves there. And that's the funny thing, Turtle. I thought too. I feel like my take was just kind of lukewarm. Like it was just a lukewarm take. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't even that crazy. I do like this skit a lot, Toby. It's fun. Literally half of the video was a tuna melt joke. Yeah. It's like, okay, girl. I have not, Brad. I mean, I played it on Roblox before. Literally, the whole thing is like, my opinion is I think it's causing issues like that, right? You're not building is stressing you out? Yeah. Yeah, we don't do builds here. No, we're talking about the heated rivalry one. Can I hit one of these shots? Can I do it? Can I do it? Come on, baby. Sometimes I hit them out of ammo. Sometimes I hit them and sometimes I don't. It really depends. Emily, thank you for the head mustaches. And Ella as well. Thank you, guys. Sometimes I hit them and then I'm not. I know. I'm like, girl, I promise it's not that big of a deal. Ashley, thank you for the follow too. Welcome in. I don't have any pets. I would love to get a pet, but I don't feel that I'm in a place where I could have a pet right now, you know? You know what I mean? Quad, thank you for the follow. Hi, nobody. I need ammo for this. None. Wait, what ammo does this take? So funny. They are fun, Megan. That's the one thing I do like about TikTok is they do have funny GIFs that play, of course. There's so many crazy ones too. If you have the interactive ones, it'll show you ones that'll show up on screen and do interactive things. Is this sniper ammo? I should know that, right? That makes sense. That clocks out. Let's see if this is a real person or not. I think they're in the bush, maybe. No, he's moving. He's moving. You have cats? No, I'm a dog person, actually. Shockingly. I'm more of a dog person than a cat person. Ella, thank you for having a mustache too. We're just 5 away from them now. Y'all are rocking and rolling on TikTok today. You have a dog? Yeah, I would love to get a dog again. Oh, there's the shots coming through. There she is. Wait, is she behind me? Oh, she's behind me. I wasn't even paying attention. Girl, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. My brain was even looking at Emily. Thank you too. I'm so tired. I was looking at different directions. I was looking at different directions that whole time. Okay. If anyone really a cat person before cat distribution, wait, what is that? Do you think he was a hot take? Why don't you tell me what kind of dog you want? No, Megan, shut up. Megan's just trying to start shit in the chat, y'all. Megan, naughty, naughty. Maddie, thank you for having me. Naughty, naughty. There's somebody over there. Bro, can I hit a shot with this thing? My God. Fort good night. Fort good night. Okay. Yeah, sure. Where are those shots coming from? Oh, they're there. Oh my God, I can't hit a single shot on this thing. Why is sometimes I can do it, sometimes I can't? Okay, whatever. I'll just kill the bot otherwise. Billy's mom is now dead. Like, why was I able to like slay shots the other day with it? See you later, Hector. Have a good night. I like it a lot when I was hitting the shots with it, but bye, Wetzel. Like that one shot I did the other day, which I gotta post the clip for of that. We have the clip done for that. It was crazy. I hit like a shot so far away. It was actually insane. Still to this day, I'm kind of shocked by that shot I hit. You have a boxer and he's my baby. Ooh. Yes, guys, thank you for the taps, by the way, and the follows. If you're new here, make sure to leave a follow for Zesty Bestie. If you're new. Or what else are you doing? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I got one on him. Where'd he go? There he is. Girl, why can I not land these shots on this thing today? What's he trying to do? I feel like I might be F'd here. I feel like I might be F'd. Nope, he's fighting someone. There we go. There we go, baby. Third party, third party. Sometimes a girl's gotta do it. Sometimes a girl's gotta do what she's gotta do. Get me out of this car. Oh my God. Sometimes a girl's got, oh boy, who's shooting at me now? Jesus, what did hit so hard there? What the fuck hit me so hard there? That took out my entire health on that. And I got 138 on him too. Dude, he wiped me. Hi, Dustin, how are you? He wiped me out from behind that tree. He wiped me out. That was crazy. Replay, I don't care enough. These days, whatever. Who gives a shit, you know? Whatever. Our girl's too tired. All right, guys, we are 11 subs from our sub goal on Purple, and we're almost to 50% of our goal on TikTok, y'all. So let's lock in, shall we? And do her up. Good, Kinley. I'm very tired today, but we're doing good. We're doing good. Watermelon, thank you for the follow. What about my sleeves? Good, John. I'm playing on PC. Playing on my PC. Did y'all go repost the Wendy Williams video? Who is not? Sun is dying. Wanna put down? Oh yeah. Go repost it right now. If you're a real one. And Ricky and Amelie with the hat and mustaches. Oh my God, thank you, baddies. And Lisa with the follow. Oh, you all are eating today. Tomorrow we're playing Dominacci Life again, y'all. Emily, thank you. And Jazzy with the follow too. Saying thank you for 5 gifts. We get some huge slays for that. That's crazy. Thank you, thank you. And Kyler with the heart me. Eating them up. Yes. Or just 6 away. Pleek, pleek, pleek. Girl, where am I landing? Oh my God. I need to be more precise with my landing. Wait. I didn't realize latte landing became frozen. Is that new? Is that new? Happy almost Thursday. You mean Friday, Kyler, right? I'm dead here. Why did I pick up that weapon? I hate my life. It's so dark in here. Okay, this is the bot. Dinosaur for hire is now dead. It's like all snowy. It's all snowy. It's all snowy. Okay, nothing here. Do they have a gal? Attention span said bye. Can I get another weapon though? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe, baby. Maybe, baby. I'm carrying way too many heals right now. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I saw there was a goldfishy spot there. I was like, I couldn't tell if there was somebody out there or not. Pizza, pizza. That's okay. Listen, that happens, Abigail. Play what you like, you know? What you enjoy the most. Pizza, pizza. What'd you call me? Panic button 47. Where are you? Girl, if I get trapped behind this again, I'm gonna lose my mind. Where is he? There he is. Do you have anything else on him? No. Hi, Taylor. Hi, Forever Boy. Abe, thank you for the heartbeat. Okay, Wetzel. That's cool. Girl. Going in the front door. Going in the front door. Nothing. Oh, drop down. Hello, WWE fan. Is this an XP thing? What do we got? Yeah. Yeah. XP. Oh my God, my ear itches. I have an itchy ear. Guys, we're 3 followers away from 40 followers on TikTok. We love both. We love both. We love happy. We love all of it. No, you're such a baddie. Isabella, thank you for the follow. Ooh.
I want to thank all the evil gays.
That's right, Kyler, you do.
You know, I just really.
A girl here's fighting. There she is. Fuck, I'm dead. Is she gonna push me? Is that queen gonna push me? Or is she gonna wait in the behind that thing the whole time? You didn't really have any loot. I don't really have anything AR as to grab him with here. Okay, I'm leaving. Oh my God, he's still firing me too. I would fight him from a distance, but I just don't have any loot, and I know he'll just take me out in the face if I try and get there. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean, girls? You know what I mean. Let's use this pizza to eat up real quick. We'll take this one to have. Pleek, pleek, pleek. Yeah, I think I've watched that one before too. My favorite POI at the moment? I don't know. I do like the Ice King area, but I wish it was not so sweaty. I wish it wasn't so sweaty. It's way too sweaty for me right now. Oh, okay, Mallard. Go get the package. Oh, wait, what package? You mean the care drop or whatever? Ricky finishing the hat and mustache. Wait, can we get some slaves for Ricky finishing that waff? Thank you, Batty. Everyone say thank you, Ricky. We'll add a new one here in a second, you all. Usually, all of these have really only had either a reboot and then heals, and that's it. That's why I don't go for them anymore, because every time I've been edged and blue balled by them. Because they're all right. We've only been playing them for a little bit. I hope you're doing okay. I hope so too. Hell yeah. Both. How many do you have to destroy? Okay, there we go. I was like, how many do I have to destroy for something? What did it drop? It's giving me an OXR rifle. Wait, how do I grab it? Fuck! I didn't get to grab it because I have a little bitch-ass third-partying hoe. A little bitch-ass third-partying hoe, dude. Fuck you. Girl, I'm done. I fucking hate this game. I'm done. I'm so over it, man. I'm so over the stupid ass
Very
shit.
demure,
Kayla!
very considerate, very approachable, very demure, very natural, very
So over it.
approachable, very demure. Let's be mindful and remember to be demure, lady.
Like, girl, I can't even breathe. Thank you for the hand. Thank you for the hearts. I appreciate that. Good Omens. Yes, I have seen Good Omens. I haven't watched the full thing yet. Like, it's so annoying. I'm just over it. You can't do anything in the game without immediately getting third partied. Like that, you basically have to hide the whole time. I swear. Kayla. Like, you literally have to hide the whole time in this game. Otherwise, you're gonna, you know what I mean? And that's where I get annoyed lately with this game. I'm like, I feel like everything. Oh my God, thank you for the fairy hide. Wait, you guys are slaying up on TikTok today. Trampoline jump time? Yeah, right. No, it's not even real Crash Out. It's just like, I just hate that you can't. I feel like Fortnite before this season, like, it was bad, but it wasn't camper. It's just campers and third partiers every time. You know what I mean? So you can't really even go do anything without being like, you have to be like on guard the whole time or you're dead, you know? Because you get third partied. I mean, there were two people there, but when I died, you know? So that guy was getting third partied for third partying me, you know? True case, yeah. Alyssa, thank you for the follow. Like, I love the season, but I don't love the, like, the constant having to, like, be freaked out by campers and third partiers. No third partiers, right? You know? Wait, that was your first gift ever, Kayla? Wait, T. Can we get some slays for Kayla in the chat? Hi, Kaz. Kayla sent her first gift ever today on TikTok. Thank you so much for that. That means the world to me. Thank you, Kayla. Literally on a swivel. And it's funny because what they'll do is they'll hide in they'll know what's gonna happen, so they'll hide in a bush until you're standing still for a brief second. You know what I mean? Until you're standing still for like a moment. And then they're like, actually, girl, I'm gonna shoot you down. And you're like, okay. Sure, that's fine. You're like, okay, sure, that's fine, girl. Pleek, pleek, pleek. You're like, okay, girl, that's fine. Guys, why am I craving McDonald's today? Hi, Savannah. Why am I craving McDonald's right now? Craving that McD. Doesn't it sound yummy? $1.5 hours away from me? Oh my God, Kez, that's crazy. That far? That's wild. Hi, Sue. I've been loving, I do love their chicken sandwich a lot. I don't eat fast food very often anymore, other than like Subway, I guess. But I do love their, the McChicken, not the, I mean, the spicy McChicken is good, but what is it called? What is it now called? The McDeluxe or whatever, but it's like the Chicken Deluxe or whatever. You know? I like it a lot. McCrispy, thank you. I couldn't think of what it was called. Thank you. Alyssa, thank you for the gifties. I set a random goal. I don't know what these are called. What are they called? The fantastic, what are they called? I don't even know. I gotta look at the name of them again. The McChicken with sweet and sour. Ooh, the Daily Double. Daily Double's good. No, the McCrispy, like the actual sandwich you can get off the menu. It's been good, Savannah. I'm very, very tired. A girl is very tired today, but doing good. Fairy Hide, thank you. I don't know what they were called. I wish I had a Jimmy John's near me. I'd be going. I wish I had one near me. Min, thank you for the follow. Rivalry started with, is a real person, not a real person. Memory Gobbler. Sounds like a bot. My aim was ass, but I still got him. My aim was absolutely horrid, but we still got him. Hi, Araceli, how are you? Did you party hard last night? No, I had to wake up like an hour and a half earlier than I normally do for a doctor's appointment that I was not planning to have. So I had to be up at like 6:30 this morning. Aaron, thank you for the gifty. And Sue as well. Thank you, guys. Good morning. Good morning. In New York City, Rissa, wait, I love that. If you're having a blast. Well, I'm shooting the car. Car's down. She's in the bush there. God, sometimes I get them right on the shot and then sometimes I don't. Damn. Sometimes I hit those shots like crazy and then sometimes I don't. Like right then. Like right then. This arena, that's a great idea. A for effort. M Justice, thank you for the fairy hide. I appreciate it. Guys, are we at 50% of the goal on TikTok already? Here? I don't even know where we're at. Or whatever direction. I feel like we gotta be close. Oh, Majestic. No, I'm so sorry, my friend. 60? Oh, you guys are really hot. Damn. Okay, sexy. I love the new pistol when I can hit my shots with it. And like sometimes I go crazy, Case, and I'm like, whoa. And then sometimes I hit not a single shot, just like that. You know what I mean? It's like either or, but not both. Either or, but not both. And baddies, we are 5 followers away from 50 followers on TikTok. So we're gonna shout out the next 5 people who will follow on TikTok right now. So if you're scrolling by and you're not following, you're homophobic, and you can fix that by following right now. Isn't that crazy? Lissa is no longer homophobic. So thank you for the heart me. And neither is Trey. And I just wasted that for no reason. I don't want to spend my money on that yet. I want the XP though. 50 for today. For today, just from this one stream. No available rivalries. Okay. Korean sweet potatoes. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds nummy nummy. Hi, Zachary. Sid, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? Pleek, pleek, pleek. Girl, where is everybody? I'm a little nervous. And Tammy, thank you for the follow too. What's your live schedule? So I usually go live on the Purple platform between 1 and 2 p.m. EST. Today we were late. I give or take late. You're so fun. I love you. No, I love you, Sid. And then we start on TikTok anywhere from 2 to 3 EST. But today we just started late because I've had a day, to be fair, today. Okay. Although that's every day. But you know what? Whatever. Have you ever played Tomodachi? I have. Hi, Simitless. Tomorrow we're playing Tomodachi Life again, y'all. I know we were on that grind yesterday. Yeah, we're sinking slowly into my chair earlier. Is that your choices? Okay. I'm going, what am I doing? I'm going the opposite. Hello? Ashlyn, hello? I'm going the opposite direction of the storm, guys. I don't know if I like DBD. I'll be real. Zach, how are you, baddie? Thank you for the heart me. And Fred, the Luna Wolf, thank you for me too. And Sid, thank you for the heart me. Thank you, guys. Y'all are baddies. And thank you for the zesty man. We do have a, what is it? The fairy hide gold? Okay, I'll make Lisa Serena for you. Can we do the M&M version of Lisa Serena though, Mallard? I think that'd be funnier if we made the M&M Lisa Serena. I feel like that'd be funnier. The green M&M version. Okay, deal. Brittany, thank you for the fairy hide. You're doing, oh my God. Whoa, Jonty with the chasing the dream. Wait, can we get some slays for that? Are you kidding me?
Baby, I shake that ice. I shake that ice.
Oh, you're a baddie. You slay. No, she's green. I thought, Mallard. I thought she was green. I thought she was green. Sometimes when you exclaim TikTok gifts, it sounds like you're making stuff up. Yeah, basically. No, I love the Chasing the Dream gift. It's such a fun one. Thank you so much for that. Let's go third party, guys. Just kidding, took fall damage. I'm in the car with you, queen. Watch me die to him now too. I risk it all and I get this crap. I Googled her. She's orange. Wait, she really is? I know, I hitched a ride and now I have no movement. And now she's gonna get me. Watch me die to this for karma. I thought she was green too. Oh, we got a car over here. Hey girl, what you doing? Just hanging. Anybody else think that was weird? Did she run out of gas or something? Did she run out of gas or something? I'm so confused. Like, what happened there? I think she's under the influence. She was just cruising. I don't really know what happened there. All the M&Ms. That's actually a good idea. I thought she wanted you to get in and be in the driver so she could shoot you. Oh, was that what she was hoping for? Well, it didn't work, honey, but I'm getting shot at now. Oh my God, by a freak with the gloves. I'm gonna get thrown into the air. Watch me. Never mind, she's taking a car. Are you vegan? No, I love meat. Aaron, thank you for the fairy hides though. Is that the same guy? Wait, I only have 7 ammo. Wait, T. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. I have no ammo. Ooh, honey, we gotta find ammo fast. Only have 7 ammo on this thing. Please have ammo in here. Well, I still only have 7 ammo. Oh my God, this game is being so goddamn greedy. Please, oh my God, give me some ammo, girl. Oh my God, what the hell? Oh, this is homophobic, actually. Not a single piece of ammo for my poor little skinny pistol. It's actually rude. I know, right? It's not giving right now. Girl, there's literally no ammo. I'm losing my mind here. Hello? Okay, wait, here's the ammo box. Please? Pistol ammo? Not a cent. So rude. And nothing, Kevin, from it. Not a thing. Not a goddamn thing. Not a goddamn thing. Yeah, it is, Millard. Okay, there's gotta be some in here, right? I mean, a little. A little bit of ammo. I mean, maybe I'll trade for this just so I have ammo. My God. Lux, thank you for those fairy hides. Oh my God, wait, can we get some slaves for Lux with those? Thank you, Batty. I don't have a lot of movement here. We're kind of in trouble. Worked out this function. Oh. Ooh. Somebody's camped up there, I think. What happened? Who's your endgame Glee couple? Mercedes and Sam? Honestly, Sam and me. Sam on my... No, just kidding. Sam is so hot. Oh my God. Core to Overstreet could get it anytime, any day. Call me whenever, baby. Love that man. What? It's true. And you would too. Don't pretend you wouldn't. Schuster's your forever love. Aaron, what is wrong with you? In the most loving way possible, girl. Are you a glutton for self-punishment? No. Girl, not me being stuck on this ass thing. Okay. Ah, dude. He's on a stupid... Look at him. Look at him up there. Just camping away. Well, push in. Oh, he is. Girl, F you. Girl, who is that guy? This game is so sweaty, I can't even take it anymore. I can't even get in the top. Like, I guess we got top 5. My God. It's just misery. Zac Efron when he was in High School Musical 3. I know, like, I can't even, like, breathe. I feel like I can't move fast enough to fight these guys anymore. You know what I mean? I feel like I just cannot move fast enough in this game to, like, fight against these sweats. I just feel like I can't. It's too much. Guys, thank you for the follows and the gifties. I appreciate it. TikTok is slaying. We are literally almost done with the TikTok goal for the day. So thank you, guys. And we're almost there with purple, too. With both. Mallet, I just looked at your, Lisa Reed. Made me giggle. Guys, who's gonna I see none of you went and reposted. By the way, not a single one of you, when I asked you guys to go repost this video, reposted it, by the way. I'm noted. Clocked and noted every single one of you who did not do that. Because right now it only has one person. And it was one before I asked. Clocked on all of you. Clocked on all of you. It's on there. It's the second video. It's the one where Wendy Williams is talking to Grindr about DL trade. About DL trade. God loves y'all. Thanks. Jesus loves you. Oh. Well. Well. That's so fine, Love Lauren. That's all right. You explained to Lace what DL means last night. Yeah, for some reason, well, people have been reporting my TikTok account because on Instagram, girl, she put that video popped off. That video now is at like 30K views, I think. Yeah, it's at 30K right now. Popped off. Aaron, thank you for the Zesty Mint. Life Fox, if you heart me. So TikTok's just being a hater. Meow, meow, meow. Simless, wait, maybe it's just glitched out. Maybe I need to like delete the post or something. Maybe it's just like not and post it in a couple days. I feel like that might be the tea. I feel like there's something wrong with it. Because it's also not saying any of you guys reposted it. I wonder if it's like actually bugged out. Hi, Ethan. To you, Aaron. Today is I'm very tired day, so I don't know if we're doing any community stuff today, TBH, but Imagine just maybe. And Hannah, would it be the first time? No, it would not. No, it would not. And it would not be the last. Girl, that chest had bandages. For the love of all that is good and holy, please fix this game. My God. Bandages just in that chest. Hi, Zesty. Hi, Carissa. How are you? By the way, speaking of crashing out and getting mad at people, to the person I muted yesterday, if you're here, I know you unfollowed and blocked me, but maybe you're still here. It's not off in the chat. Because a girl felt bad later. Bet you they aren't. They probably are not, but a girl still feel bad about it later. And I couldn't stop thinking about it last night because I have a problem where I need to please everybody in my life. And that's my own problem. Just like that, I know, right? It was me, it was not you. Give us the tea. Oh no, I just got overstimulated earlier and sorry, I had to, oh, Jesus. Hold on. I got overstimulated earlier yesterday and someone was like, you should just Google it instead of asking us and getting mad at chat. And I was like, and I muted them for a minute because I was like, I don't want to deal with that. And then I felt bad because they were definitely a regular viewer. But I also, you know, was overstimmed and it happens. And oh well. Bam, 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 bam. Raggy. Oh, Vale. Oh, Vale. Oh, Vale. You can only do so much. Exactly, Hannah. I'll still be here. I know. I only muted for 30 seconds. Okay, it wasn't that crazy. Can I hit from this far away with this stupid ass thing? I actually hate this gun. I actually hate this gun, guys. It's my least favorite gun in the game. Like, a girl actually loves it. But I will take your rivalry contract. Yeah. Well, if you are here, sorry. If you're not, oh well. I tried to find who they were yesterday, but after stream, but I couldn't find them. So I took my loss for what it was, I guess. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, it's a Kim K skin, so I feel like it's real. Usually a Kim K skin is a real person, usually. Yeah, I see one over there. Oh my God. Can I trace them here? Girl, did she go back into it? Hello? Wait, what? How? Oh my God, she literally had no health left. I don't understand how she didn't die. I headshot her twice. Like, how does she not die in this game? Whatever. Like, literally how? Literally how? I love energy. Thank you. I appreciate it. Girl, that Kim K just going back into, just going cycles there, honey. By the way, if you're new here, let's do our introduction to say hello. I'll tell you who I am. I am your zesty bestie. And this is
It's Britney, bitch.
I'm not innocent. Bold, honey. We got to do some new intros. Yeah, we need some fresh intros. But if you're not following right now, then what are you doing? You better hit that follow button for a zesty bestie. Otherwise, you're homophobic, and you don't want to be homophobic because that's no fun. That's not cute. That's not cute. I'll tell you that much. That's not cute. Watch this, guys. Leva, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Do a hot to go intro. That's a good idea. We should do one of those. Hi, Carly. Oh my God. We love a good guilt trip. Who? Me? Well, Fear, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. Girl, who is knocking me in there? Someone's being sus. Someone's being sus. Hi, Frog Notice. How are you? Down we go. Thank you, Stephanie, for the follow. Welcome in. All right, Purple and TikTok, I'm gonna challenge us. Can we finish out the goals for the day? Think we can do it? Think we can do it? Finish her out for the afternoon. We're so close on both. We are so close on both. It's actually kind of crazy. Why did I land here? This place is such a misery to land at. I don't know why I did this. To myself. Oh, honey, I bounced. I did not mean to bounce either. Hi, Batty. Well, there goes hazardous pace. I'm glad you're here, Stephanie. There they go. Just like that, Dad. Just like that, Dad. Similar thing with the Zesty Messy Mints, by the way. No heels. No heels. No head. No heels. I'm gonna die here. I'm dead here. I literally can't see where she is. I'm missing all my shots. Girl, I hate my fucking life. I hate this game so much, dude. I literally just hate it. I literally just love it. No heels, no bitches. I had only 100 health. What was I supposed to do? 1. Receive for the follow, by the way. Stephanie, thank you for the stuff with Prime. We're just 5 subs away on purple now from our goal. Sing it, honey. Ricky, thank you for that very high too. Oh my god. Betty's eating down. Hi, Caroline. How are you? How are you? How are you? I hope you're doing well. Wait, it really shows that none of you... Oh. It really shows that none of you reposted that video. I do think it's bugged out, guys. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. I hope, how are you? How is Mama Zesty? She's good. It does say that nobody did. Isn't that crazy? Maybe it is bugged out. I'm not sure, Mr. Geo. We've been playing Tomodachi Life a lot lately. Leva, thank you for the gifties. And Haley, too. I swear I did. I know. A lot of you, I'm sure you all did. I have not played Resident Evil, so I'm guessing it's just being dumb. Well, that's kind of homophobic. I don't know why, but there's one very specific, very old-ass Animal Crossing video that has been, like, going insane. I did delete it and repost it. I know. I'm gonna have to save it for a little bit. Hi, Royal. How are you? From 2024. That's been like going crazy on my TikTok lately. And I'm like, girl, and now people are like, do you play Animal Crossing? And I'm like, no. I'm like, that video is from when I was 300 pounds heavier and I don't play it anymore. Fort's been greedy. They really have been, Casey. Hope, thank you for the gifties. Oh, so no Animal Crossing? It's like, oh, okay, no, that's fine. It's like, no, that's fine, queen. Guys, we're almost at 60 followers on TikTok. Let's show out the next followers who come in. For a very tired boy. I was very pregnant. No, Hope, I remember your username. Are you still pregnant or do you have a child now? And did you name the child after me? You gonna get the W or what? My lady, if you follow right now, I will. I do have to switch to Frog, yeah. Hello, God, Desi, I get that 4 to 5 times a day. You'd be shocked how many times I get that a day. Thank you for the follow, Desi. I appreciate it. Came out our new day. Oh, I love that. Oh, that's so sweet. No, Megan, I don't. Sorry. Bug Boogers, thank you for the follow. What a username. Gotta love it. Every time I see the Nemesis AR, I always think back to the OXR rifle from, God, what season? Season 6 or whatever. And I always think it's going to be that. And then I'm like, oh, wait, it's not that. And I get very disappointed each and every time. Each and every time I disappoint myself, I'm always like, oh, crap. Every time I get disappointed, I'm like, okay, well, great. It's true, but we do love Tyler Oakley, though. I'm going to start a rivalry for fun. Wait, what is the oh, it's the triangle. It's a triangle. Yeah. Is it in Blitz? That's what I thought. Oh. Real person? Okay, real person, but not great because I was killing him with a Nemesis, which I'm awful with. Which I'm actually awful with the Nemesis. I miss the OXR too. I miss it down bad. I hear someone. My girl couldn't even breathe for 2 seconds. Yeah, Nemesis and I do not do well together. Maggie, thank you for the gifties. We just do not do well together. I miss the Star Wars Season 2. I'll say it. I miss it as well. So, yeah, but she's a part of the Death Squad. She is. She's an official member. Congratulations. Coconut baby. And don't forget, if she has Amazon Prime, she can subscribe for free. Oh, God, I cracked myself up, guys. I make myself laugh. I make myself laugh. Combat, I think it's a faster fire rate, and it's Nemesis is more of like a tap, I believe. Hopefully it says Missy Mints. And make sure she sends her daily heartbeat. Oh my God. That's so funny. I'll come and make sure she does. And that's good parenting. And that's good parenting. Speaking of good parenting, if your parents raised you right, you better leave a follow right now. We're 6 followers away from 60 followers on TikTok. I don't know. Ice Cube Shingers, yeah. I'm sure they're the follow. Hi, Matt Greg, how are you? That's a new one. I know, I had to come up with something. Sometimes I gotta do something. I mean, my parents didn't, but I'm here. Well, Jenna, you know. I can only do so much. Wow, somebody actually unfollowed from that. Okay, whoever did that, you're dead to me. Somebody actually unfollowed from that. We went from 56 to 55. Wow. Well, now I know your parents raised a little bitch. Okay. Wow. Wow. Chapel girl, what you doing? Raising you wrong. SJ just followed though, so got us back on track. Wow. And Ashley, thank you for the follow too. Does she not? Wait, I don't want this. What's going on over here? Hey girl, where'd you go? Oh my god, can I hit my shot on this thing? Jeez, I feel like I was hopping too much. My god. Oh, I know. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like there's so many bigger things to worry about, bigger fish to fry than Chapel's issues with children. You know what I mean? Personally, I'm like, okay. Girl, she following me up these stairs. That's right, SJ. She coming up, girl? Is she coming up? What was she trying to do? What? I mean, what was that for? I mean, but I don't even know what she was attempting to do there. Hi, Denolio. Like, okay, girl, I guess you climbed those stairs for nothing. Hi, Jack. Like, damn. Hope, thank you for the gifties. Helping us get closer with our daily goal, which we're almost 2 on TikTok, y'all. Everything. Just getting the steps in, I guess. I mean, good for her. Fierce! Oh my god, you are fierce for all those fairy hides? Wait, you're a baddie right now. Guys, can we get some slays in chat for Fierce right now? Hi, Aaron. How are you? Fierce, thank you so much. I think the apple's rotten right to the core. Okay, let me get this here. Eating down, no cap. So true. And I've always said that. Guys, I'm so tired that my energy levels are like crazy right now. And I've always said that. Fuck. Fuck! So dead. Ah! I was trying my best, y'all. Wait, how is music playing off of her? What is that? How is she playing music? I hate my life that that's playing. That's so disrespectful. That's so disrespectful. Her playing Ain't It Fun while she takes me out is so disrespectful. Victor Gem Track? Yeah, that's insane. Nasty. Nasty. You can play your jam track as you play now? Wait, that's crazy. That's nasty behavior, though. I'm not gonna lie. Unnecessary. Blueberry latte? Ooh, that sounds very good. That sounds very, very good. That sounds nummy nummy. Nastiana. Wait, so why don't you put a sick, twisted song for when you kill? Because I'm not a rude beehole. I should, though. Let's set up for when we slay. So nasty. But guys, which one should I do? But guys, which one should I do? If we were to do one. No, Joe, because I have my VOD track separated. Raven, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. All right, guys, I do want to challenge us. Do you think we can just finish out the goals for the day this round? We're so close on TikTok, and we're at basically 90% on TikTok, and we're at 90% on Purple. Think we can just finish it out and call her a day? And then I don't know, go suck something. No, I'm kidding. Just hypothetically. That's okay, Bork. But my number one rule is your presence is a present here. Okay. That's my number one rule. Show us. Well. Oh, well. Star Wars theme's funny, actually. Wait, I gotta set it up. I'll set it up after this round. Sure, Megan, I'll do that. We'll do a challenge round. Why not? Girl, why did I land here? Coffee Moonjoy finishing out the goals on Purple!
I shake that ice. I shake that ice. Shake that ice.
A baddie with a fatty, I'm dead.
Shake that ice. I shake that ice.
Ah!
Shake that ice.
Got her.
Shake that.
Got her from behind. I got somebody else on me now, though. Because somebody tried to third party. Let me run away. Everything's going on. Okay, so now it's just up to TikTok because the goals have been met on Purple. Thank you so much, Batty. I really appreciate it. Haley, thank you for the gift. That person was coming up to me. Chris, thank you for the 6 minute. I bought him. He wasn't finally in the shop again. Yes, I heard he was in the shop, right? Somebody said. Oh, I missed. I'm gonna die. Thank God this is a bot. I'm not a real player. My God. Megan and Hannah. Thank God it was a bot. I'm not a real player. Have a good night. Good night, Kelsey, tomorrow. My best with the follow. I am Raven. Wait, you know what I was watching earlier that I was like, wait, is that sometimes me? You know what the guy who does who you guys say I look like him all the time, the guy who does the Hugh Jackman impressions. You know what I'm talking about? We usually stream anywhere between 1 and 7 p.m. every day. Did I thrice? Yes. Okay. So he does this thing where he does, this is how I would say this girl's name if I were a straight bro. And she's like, Claire. And I sometimes feel like that's me when I'm talking to you guys. Sometimes I feel like that's me when I'm talking to you guys. Claire Bear, you know, he'll do shit like that. It's very funny. Hi, Hayden. How are you? Missed you too, girly. Wait, weren't you here earlier? Tyler Oakley, get out of here. 2460111. That's all off of Brad. There's fighting going on up here, but I have no movement to get up there, so I just have to pretend I can see it. The fuck is that noise? I'm hearing like a zip zop sound. Girl, what the hell was that? Mickey, thank you for that fairy hide. What the hell was that? Was that like a glider or something? Wait, today's your birthday, Michaela? What the fuck? You didn't say anything. Damn, Michaela, happy birthday! That was so weird. I know. Are you talking about my singing or about the sound? Wait, you did say it was your birthday earlier? And I missed it? Or did I celebrate it? No, the glitch. I know. Oh, somebody's there. Wait. Girl, what's going on? Ah! God damn it. God damn it. This goddamn game. It's killing me. Yeah, I saw that. That's why I got off, because I know some of you little freaks will go to a stream and say something nasty. All right, guys, we're just 1K away on TikTok from our goal. That's why I got off quick, because I knew some of you guys would be like, "Ooh, let me go see what it is." Anything with a follow? I know you will. Hayden, so you can redeem a viewer game on the Purple platform. By watching the stream, and you get channel points. If you've ever been a Happy Gal stream, very similar to how that one runs. Although today I'm not doing any because it's a kind of wild day. Crash Out Mace, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Wait, Crash Out Mace, you've been here before, right? I feel like. I want to marry you, by the way. Get in line, sweetie. I Chris, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Girl, I'm too tired for that shit. No, I'm kidding. Happy birthday, though, Betty. I'm so happy that you're here. Period. Mickey, wait, thank you for the... Wait, I missed... Wait, did I get another fairy high? Did something happen? I just saw one on my shoulder. Hello? One just appear? Am I going crazy? Okay, Marilyn Monroe. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Hope, thank you. Oh, there it goes. It wasn't on my screen. There we go. Hope, thank you, and Destiny. Thank you. Happy birthday to you. Emily, thank you for the follow. Happy birthday, Mr. President. So stupid. All right, guys, we are getting close to the end of the stream, though, because a girl is tired. And I said we go for like 2.5 hours on TikTok as well. Thank you, Alexa. Hey, Mother. Hi, Amelia. Wesley really wanted me to play, but then he said, actually, Happy Gal went live, so he left. So, I don't know. I did it all for him, and he said, actually, Happy went live, so I gotta go. I was like, okay, girl. Okay, girl, clocked. Hannah, thank you for the cactuses. I do know Happy, yeah. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Have y'all played? We have not played together. I've been in our tourneys before. I stream mostly on everything. Ah, fuck, I wasn't paying attention. Hold on. That's a bot. Thank God I wasn't paying attention. Sorry, I thought I was gonna die there. I mostly stream on both platforms every day. We usually start on Twitch though, and then go on TikTok. Today was a very short TikTok day because we were kind of yapping for a long time on Twitch, and I was, you know, we were like, almost didn't go live on TikTok, but for the most part, we go live on both platforms every day. My secret streamer is a secret. Girl, she's bigger than me. Unless you mean me and me. Am I the secret streamer? Hi, Alexis. Oh, you're doing well. It's Siren. Thank you, baddies, guys. I think that completed the goal. I know. Hope it's okay. We had a shorter stream today on Purple, but on TikTok. But tomorrow we'll be live at our usual time. We're playing Tomodachi Life though tomorrow. Tomorrow's the Tomodachi Life day. Tomorrow's the Tomodachi Life day. So get your butts ready for that. Yippee! We're making Lisa Arena. Okay, bot. We're making Lisa Arena, but the Eminem version of her. The Eminem version of her. That's our big one. I'm glad. He said, make sure. Yeah, we're only 400 coins away from 12K, y'all. We're almost there. Less than 400. We're 300 something coins. We're gonna do the no M&M like the chocolate. So the M&M Lisa Arena. I think it'd be so funny. That was Mallory's request. We're doing that one. I don't know who else we're gonna make. We're gonna make somebody else crazy for sure. Fifi Rain, thank you for the follow too. I appreciate it. I think Adderall would be funny to make. It's chocolate. No, you don't understand the meme. The Lisa Arena M&M. Where's this bot? Iron Hype, where are you, queen? Where's this bot? Oh, over here maybe? Why was that bot getting shots on me? That means a lot to me, Liddy. Thank you. Wait, that's Fire Spring Mobile. You should. Guys, thank you for the heartbeats, by the way. I need 10 at some point too, but I'll pay you for that one, King. Okay, Patty. That's fair. That's fair. Wait! No! I didn't want to throw that down. I hate my life. Oh my God. That's crazy. Girl, that's crazy. Corey, thank you for the follow too. Queen Faye, thank you. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Guys, we're so close to the goal. Who's gonna nut and finish it out? Like, we're there, our baddies on TikTok. We're there. Pardon? Stacy, thank you for the heart me. Huh? I was gonna say, if I didn't get that kill, I'd be pissed. Hannah, thank you for the tiny tinies. I was gonna be like, if I didn't get that kill, I would have been pissed. On Switch, I don't. Reagan, thank you for the follow. I'll go send a heartbeat, I guess. We are literally 300 coins away, I think. Wait, no, is my math wrong? No, my math's right. Mickey, thank you for the capybaras. Right, I can do math. I'm gay, but I can do math. Girl, what you doing toasting a marshmallow? Shocks, did I miss them? Were they in there? Did I miss the shocks? Bailing Kells, thank you. You left shocks? Ah, shit, I knew I did. Were they in this building? Were they in here? They were. Haha. User! Oh my God, I think we had to go. Top button on the left and then select 2 items switch. Okay, we hit the goal, y'all. We did it! Yay! You guys are baddies. Oh, here I need a shot from. I was wondering where I was from. Ubada is dead. That was his name. You guys ate down today. I should have known. I should have known you guys would. Is that what that's from? Crash Bandicoot? Girl, go pump. Go do what you gotta do, honey. Oh my God, Kenzie, you're fine. You are literally fine, girl. No, Hannah, not precisely. Oh, what fuck? I thought this was the I thought I had my shocks equipped. Damn it. I do that far too often. What? So we were just talking shit about you, girl. We were just talking shit about you, girl. Sam, thank you for the heart me. Hi, bend over. Ah! Fuck, I'm dead. so low. I was doing so good because I didn't have any shield on me. He was so low too. That was crazy. That was so, I was doing so good there. Damn, honey. That's crazy. All right, we're doing one more round, baddies. And then this is it for the day. You're good, Wetzel. Because a girl's really tired. A girl's really tired. This is the last round for the day. Well, we'll be back on tomorrow at our usual time. Bum, bum. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Happy birthday to you. That's how tired I am. That there's not even a thought going on in my brain anymore. Not a thought behind those eyes. You said 3 back-to-back. Okay, God. Well, I stream Fortnite, bitch. Way to show us up, Rachel. Damn. Oh, God, that killed me. That was too good, babes. Well, I stream Fortnite. I'm tired. Oh, yeah, we get it. You did 3 neurosurgeries today. That made my day. That made my day, babes. Oh, that was too good. Made my damn day. Try me. Damn, girl. Just had to show us all up on how tired you are. Oh, that was so funny. Yeah, what was the video she said? She's in the video. She's like, it was 5:30. It's 5:30 and I just got done working. It's like, that's the regular time that people clock out of work, actually. So no one did 4? Like, that was the funniest part, I think, of the video. She was like, I just got done working and it's 5:30. And it was like, girl, most people get out of work at 5:30. Like, maybe you're a half an hour over. That video was so funny. Well, I'm ending in 10 minutes, Wetzel, so that's what we were talking about. I said, girl, you had to run to go somewhere else. But you want me to play so bad. So it's so annoying. Just, I know. Battle Royale, yeah. 0 build. 0 build, though. How many rivalry wins do I have? 180. We're almost at 200. Let's grab this for the last round for funsies. For funsies. Does that happen often? Wait, that sounds cool. I barely have like 12, I think. I mean, I also play this game for a living, you know. Favorite snack? A good... No, I'm kidding. I really do actually like popcorn a lot. Hi, Jay. He's not kidding. Okay. Lynn, thank you for the follow. Where is this? Wait, is it inside? How do you get in? Hello? Oh. DL hole right here. Wow. Over the table at the end of the case. Oh. Oh, Rachel. Okay. Damn. Well, I had somebody compare me to Tyler Oakley. Russell. I was supposed to say thank you, Megs. See? It's a hard not life for me. So stupid, guys. Really puts that computer crash into perspective. Yeah, doesn't it? Meow, 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 meow. Somebody in here? Mixing with the follow. Oh, up here. Yeah, I ate that down. Yeah, I ate that down. What about it? Yeah, I ate that down. God, I missed the Wrecker Revolver, actually. I forgot how much I missed it. You know what I mean? Ah! Over there. Where'd you go? Oh my God, can I climb through this hole? God, I missed the double pump. Fuck, that's hot. Oh, God, I miss it. The double pump literally gets me so crazy. His wife, that's crazy. Literally gets me so crazy. I love it so much. Guys, we're one follower away from 70 followers. Who's gonna be the 70th follower today? On TikTok. Girl, I can't jump. I'm on a stamina. Ariana Bouchard. Sorry, but I pronounced it correctly. Thank you for the follow. And Hannah, thank you for the follow too. Now we're at 71. I will, Megan, yeah. Hey, Vader, thank you for the follow too on Take Purple. I appreciate it. I saw somebody make literal Pokemon in Tomodachi Life yesterday. I was like, that's crazy. Like literal like sprites that were Pokemon sprites. I was like, oh, how did they do that? Because I want to do that. Pushing in on this. Not a word. Not a word. Tomorrow. That was crazy. How did he get me like that? I don't even know what he hit me with where he just knocked my entire body out. Well, that's the stream, baddies. I want to thank you for a lovely day. Oh, yeah, that's right. The challenge round. Shit, I forgot. Tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow. Sunday. Because we'll play Fortnite on Sunday. What do you guys even want to do for the challenge round? What do you want to do? Uncommon weapons only? I feel like I barely find any good weapons anyways half the time. I feel like it doesn't even matter for me. Gray weapons only? No chests? Megan, shut up. I'm tired. Please. God, enough. Sword fighting? Well. On Switch with Joy-Cons? What about controller challenge where I play with a controller? Because I never play with a controller. we do that? That could be kind of funny. But we're not doing it today. We're going to do it on Sunday. Okay. Not Ukraine, same team. I love it. All right. Listen, baddies. I love you so much. All right. But I'm tired. Not as tired as Rachel, obviously, because she did 3 neurosurgeries today. And I played Fortnite on stream. But I'm still tired. Okay. I love you guys so much. Y'all are freaking amazing. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for being here. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with me when you do. It means a lot to me. And I hope you have a very wonderful time. Emo Forever Kill. That's a good one too. Yeah, I like that. Please have a really good evening. Please take care of yourselves. Get some food. Get some rest. We basically did the full stream time. We only are ending a half an hour early, so whatever. I love you lots. All right, we're gonna end here. See you tomorrow. Join us for Tomodachi Life tomorrow. Crazy. And for now, she's out of here. Bye, TikTok. We're gonna join us on Twitch though, because we're raiding out to somebody. So come join us on Twitch. Okay, bye. Love you. Mwah. See you next time. Girl, why do I still feel bad about that one girlie that I muted yesterday? I cannot stop thinking about it. It's literally eating me alive. Why do I care so much? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, wrong thing. I didn't figure out who it was. I don't want you to tell me. I don't want you to tell me. I don't think I want you to tell me. I'm not gonna. I don't want to know. Now I'm gonna think about it. I was like nosy. I feel like it wasn't anybody. Maybe it wasn't anybody crazy. I don't think it was anybody crazy. I don't know. Should I reach out to them? Is that weird to be like, sorry, I muted you? That's weird, right? That's weird, right? I should just let it be and be like, they left, they're gone. It's over. That one's done. Right? Probably. Yeah, Unicrest will call it a day. Yeah, I'm kind of feel like it wouldn't be worth it for me to message them. It's just one person. I always just feel bad sometimes. Because I know they meant it in not a mean way, but I was like, girl, I'll think about it. Anyways, let's raid and run. I love you lots. Don't worry about it. I know. It's just my brain. I'm a people pleaser. If it brings you peace, do it. I feel like it's weird for me to do that. If I did that for everybody, I'd be like, but you know. Okay, but they said the same thing twice. Oh, okay. Well, T. I'll think about it. Let's raid on out. Y'all. Let's go. Who do we have who's live right now? So many friends are live. Now. Let's go to Hidden Gem. We're going to raid Hidden Gem. All right, let's do it. We're raiding Hidden Gem. Who's playing Fortnite? There we go. We're out. I love you. Good night. Join the raid right now, or you're homophobic. Otherwise, I love you. Bye. See you tomorrow. Adios. Happy birthday, Michaela. I'm bi. Good for you, babes. Happy birthday. Good for you, girl. Good night. Wetzel, you can go watch Happy Gal now. I'm ending the stream. Go ahead, buddy.